Hey everybody, what's up? How is it going? I am streaming at a totally weird time. It's a little bit after 4 a.m. my time, so super early here in the morning on a Saturday, but I wanted to live stream when I actually had energy, and I'm still working graveyard shifts, so this is when I have energy. So you guys, if you heard on my last stream, big news, I got a brand new job. I'm going to be moving in December to go and start working on that job. I'm going to be living with some relatives, stuff like that. So I may be, AFK or kind of gone from the channel for a little bit here, just because, I'm not going to have like my own internet. I don't know if I'm going to have a space to record and stream. I don't know what kind of connections and stuff I'm going to have. I'm going to take most of my equipment with me. So if I get the chance to put out videos or stream, I definitely will do so. I just don't know if that's going to be the case, over the next couple of months. So we'll have to see. But what I wanted to do before I had to leave is try to get as much in as I could. And I wanted to do a live stream or a video, essentially, where I introduce you guys to the stuff that I have been playing recently, the stuff that I've been enjoying and having fun. And with, the main reason for wanting to do this was because I want to showcase some of these games that I've really been enjoying. I want to see if I can present something to you that catches your attention, catches your eye, gets you curious. And in a lot of these games that I'm playing, you can have guilds, you can have friends lists, you can borrow, stuff from each other. You could possibly, do some stuff co-op. And so I just wanted to introduce these things to you and see if, even though maybe I won't be able to put out a bunch of videos or live stream consistently over the next couple of months, you guys could still interact and engage with me through some of these games and just having fun that way. And there's more games coming out in the near future. I just kind of want to keep you posted through Discord or whatever I can on the stuff that I'm playing. So in today's video, we're going to be taking a look at all the stuff I've kind of been dabbling in here recently. And I'm going to kick this off by just telling you that, honestly, straight up, the majority of what I've been playing here recently has been mobile games, which I know, but I will say that the stuff that I've been playing has been games that are on mobile that have gameplay equivalent to a PC indie game, and even in some cases equivalent to some AAA titles that are out there. So the stuff that I've been playing, even though you can play it on a phone, still has good gameplay, good graphics, all that kind of good stuff. So I wouldn't say it's like a mobile game in the sense of I'm just doing Match 3 or Farmville or something like that. It just so happens that some of these you can play only on mobile, and some of them you can play on mobile and PC. I play most of them through an emulator, but I also do have a few of them on my cell phone as well, so that I can, kind of not play them at work, but play them on breaks and stuff. Like that. So before we jump in, I wanted to explain a little bit what the reasoning for that is. And a part of that is just I've had my time consumed by, everything that's going on at work, everything that's going on with this new job, getting things ready. And I haven't really been able to sit down and play something really attention heavy, but whether it's in terms of actual gameplay or just actually paying attention in a while. So sitting down and play something like The Witcher 3 or invest all my time into grinding in an MMO or something, it's just not something that I've really had the energy or time to do. But I've been wanting to keep gaming. And part of the advantage to some of these games that I've been playing is that I can sort of play them and not play them. And we'll talk about that as we get further into this video. And to be clear, this is both a showcase video for the games that I'm playing, but it's also an introduction to two genres of games that I've been playing that I haven't really talked about too much on any of my channels previously. So I want to introduce these genres to you, explain what they're all about, and then showcase the games that I'm playing that are in these genres, and hopefully convince you that some of them are worth giving a look. So today in this video, we're going to be talking about the gacha genre and the idle genre, and not just what they are, but the different mechanics, things to look out for, things that are exciting about each of those genres, etc. So every game that we talk about here today is going to be a gacha game, and for the most part, they're also going to be idle games. And there's reasons for this that I'll get into talking about after we get into some actual like visuals and gameplay. So we're going to jump in over here, and I am going to be showcasing things here using the Android emulator. Right now I'm using Nox. I have a video on the channel for BlueStacks, which is another emulator that you can use. I had some problems with BlueStacks, so I switched over to Nox, and Nox has been doing pretty well for me so far. Thing with an emulator is like you always have the risk of, you know, games not working and crashes happening and stuff like that. So I want to introduce you to these genres, and I'm going to do that by showcasing this game here called Mythic Heroes. And the reason that I want to showcase Mythic Heroes for you guys is because Mythic Heroes is a game that is a very high quality cookie cutter game. If that's kind of the way that I would put it. I'm going to get this off the screen real quick just to make sure my login stuff doesn't show up here. So you will find mini games that are similar to Mythic Heroes, and Mythic Heroes has basically all the elements that you're going to get from a gacha game and you're going to get from an idle game all rolled into one. The difference with Mythic Heroes and many of the other idle games that are out there, the gacha games that are out there, is this one is very high quality. It's got a lot of polish. It's got a lot going on that makes it stand out from everything else. But you can find basically the exact same game. You can find the exact same game with a different skin, a different theme, etc., etc. So let's jump back over here. Okay, let me adjust the volume just a little bit. Let's go right about there. Okay, so let's talk about gacha games first and foremost. So the big thing with gacha games is they are hero collectors. Or, you know, if you've played like Pokemon or anything like that where it's a monster collector, you can think of a gacha game as a monster collector, but instead of collecting monsters, you're normally collecting characters, fighters, waifus, whatever the case may be, depending on the theme. You're trying to collect all the characters. So if I come over here to the Heroes tab, you're going to see a big list of all my heroes. And we can go into this Portraits tab here, and this will show you the different characters that are available. So in a gacha game, you've got all these different characters that you're trying to collect. And in most gacha games, different characters do different things, and that's why you're trying to collect them, because you want, you know, a particular character because you like them, or you like their abilities, or their theme, or their looks, or whatever the case may be. Now, when you are trying to collect these characters, there's different rarities. You can just really think of this like a collectible card game, right? You got your common cards, your rare cards, your epic cards, your mythics or legendaries. You can think of it like gear in an MMO. You've got your common gear, your epic, legendary, etc. So when you are collecting these characters, they're going to come at different rarities. So in here, the very lowest tier of rarity is actually just an R, which doesn't show up anywhere. These are heroes that you can use. If I come over here and I go to, I think, my Fable Agora, well, I'll show you the lowest tier when we get to, you know, summoning or pulling, which we'll talk about in a minute. So the very lowest tier is normally like rare or common or something like that. And those tiers of units basically just turn into materials that you can use to either enhance other units or do something with in the game. So those don't even show up here. Then you have your base tier of units that you can actually use to play the game with. In this case, it's SR, which I don't know what SR stands for, but it's a pretty common rating in these gacha games. So you have your SR characters. Okay, then you go up to the next tier, and this is kind of like the main tier of characters. These are the ones that you want to get, and you're going to use pretty consistently. They're normally significantly stronger than the tier below them, and they would be what I would consider like standard full characters. So in this game, they're SSRs. And then you have the sort of like ultra rare chase characters that you try to get that, you know, low drop percentage, low chance to get them. So, you know, when you get them, you get really excited. You're like, oh, I got that low percentage chance character. And in this game, they're URs or ultra rare, I think is what they're considered here. So here's how this goes. You got the lowest tier, which you don't even see in here, which just gets broken down for materials. You have a base tier that is kind of like the, no, I wouldn't even consider it really the free-to-play tier. It's like the tutorial, introductory, beginner tier, right? These are the characters that everybody's going to get, and they're going to teach you how to play the game using these characters. Then you have the next tier up, which is going to be the characters that you need to collect, that you're actually going to build teams and progress through the game with. Then you have the high tier of characters, which are those special ones that don't drop very often and they're hard to get. And when you get one, you're like, woo, kind of like I won the lottery, essentially. So the goal of any gacha game is to collect the characters you want, to improve them, and to play through the game and beat the game with the characters that you enjoy playing. As these games come out, they usually have a starter pool of heroes, and they will introduce more heroes as time goes on because they want to give you more reasons to keep collecting, essentially. So that's what we have going on here. Now, how do you get these characters? Well, in gacha games, you have something that's called pulling or summoning. Those are kind of the two things that you're going to hear a lot. You're going to hear, oh, I'm going to summon for this hero, or I'm going to pull and try to get this hero. And all that means is you're going to kind of roll the dice and see if you can get a particular character through the mechanic of summoning or pulling. So what this means is sometimes you will unlock characters through the story, through playing the game. For example, in this game, you actually unlock Athena, and you unlock Zeus by playing the game. So you'll get these SSR characters as you play. However, you don't get, for example, Susanoo for playing the game. Instead, what you can do is you can come over, and there's a little Summoner Sanctum here, and this goes by different names depending on the type of game you're playing. And when you're in here, you're going to be able to essentially think of it as opening a loot box or opening a pack of cards. And you're going to be able to open this using currency that you can earn in-game or currency that you can buy with real money. Usually, you can buy the currency with money, but you also earn a lot of the currency in-game. And the caveat that I will say is the games that I play allow you to earn a lot of this currency by playing the game so that you don't have to spend money. If the game doesn't give you a lot of this currency and lets you summon or pull on a regular basis without having to spend money, I don't consider it to be a good game. I feel like you should be incentivized to spend money on the game because it is generous and fun, and you can do a lot and get far in the game, and because of that you enjoy it and you want to support the devs. You want to try to get a special character that you really like, whatever the case may be. So in here, when you get into the area where you summon or pull, they have what are called banners, okay? And banners are just they give you an idea of what you were able to summon or pull for and what the chances are. So in every game, you're going to have a standard summon or a standard banner. So when you're in here, basically all heroes are a possibility for you to get when you do a summon or a pull from the standard banner. This is the basic vanilla. Everything has the same chance. If we click the eye here, you're going to see right here that our heroes have a 50% chance to drop. SR has a 45%. SSR has a 4.7%. And the ultra rares have a 0.3% chance. So this means every SSR hero that we looked at has an equal 4.7% chance to be summoned to be the result of our summon or our pull. Okay, so I actually have a little scroll here, which is an item they give you in game. It just gives you a free summon. So we're going to go ahead and use it. Let's summon. There's usually a cool, interesting, animation. Something to tell you here. I got a SR character. So Ganesha is an SR character. So as you can see, I spent my scroll. I basically rolled the dice, and I got a SR hero, 45% chance to get that, and that's what I got. So if I don't have scrolls, I can use the currency, which I can earn in game or I can buy with cash, and I could do another one if I wanted to. So this is the standard summon, okay, or the standard banner, and you're going to have this all the time in these games. Now, you will also have special banners or special summons, okay, and these usually rotate. They happen with events and new things that happen in the game. So for example, in this game, the hero Thor was just released, okay? So he's now in here. You can see this is called a limited summon or a limited banner. So we have Thor, Lilith, and then a little mechanic here that I'll talk about in a minute. Now, if we click in here, you're going to see that we have the exact same percentages for each of the different rarities in here. However, it says at the limited summon pool, certain ultra rare and SSR heroes will have an increased probability of being drawn. As more heroes are summoned, the probability of summoning the displayed ultra rare hero will progressively rise until it is drawn up to 100%. The chance of summoning the displayed SSR heroes out of all potential SSRs is 50%. So you got to look at it this way, okay? If there's a 4.7% chance to summon an SSR hero, then if you get an SSR hero, there's a 50% chance that it will be Thor. So when you get an SSR, there is a much higher chance that it will be Thor. So spending your currency and stuff on this banner, this limited summon, gives you a much higher chance of getting Thor than if you were to just use this one, where he would have the exact same chance of being the SSR that you get as every other SSR in the game. Now, this game has an interesting mechanic where you can actually come in, and every time there's a limited summon banner, you get to pick the other SSR character that you want to be the one that's most likely for you to get. So I'm going to put Izanami in here because she's my main character, and I like to get her, so I will put her in here. And so we can choose to summon 1 time or we can summon 10 times. So let's go ahead, for the sake of the video, let's do a 10 time summon. Let's see what we get. We should hopefully, it says 10 summons for an SSR, so we're definitely going to get an SSR, and it has a 50% chance to be Thor, 50% chance to be Izanami, and the math there is a little bit weird. We still have a chance to get a different SSR as well, but we will see. And so we're going to do that. If we summon 200 times, we're guaranteed to get an ultra rare, and it has an increased chance to be Lilith, but we could also just randomly get an ultra rare anyway. So let's see what we get from the 10 summons. All right, we're going to do our fancy little animation here. So it turned yellow. We got an SSR. So we got Thor. So like I said, Thor had a 50% chance to be the hero that we drew, and he's definitely the SSR that we got here. We could still draw another SSR. We never know. Okay, so we did not. We got one SSR, which was Thor. We got the blue characters here are those rares that, like I said, just get turned into materials that you can use. And then all these purple characters were SR characters that we got. So we have Harpy, Muse, Mulan, and Baldur. Now, you may be asking, why do we have 2 Harpies? And we're about to get that as well. So let's go ahead and close that out. It's going to show us what we got. Cool. So hopefully that kind of explains summons and the different types of banners. Okay, so remember, there's the standard summon, the standard banner, which most of the time you don't want to spend your currency and stuff like this on these banners unless you're just starting, there's nothing else to pull on, and you're just trying to increase the amount of heroes and characters that you have. You want to wait and save for your limited summon, okay, or your limited banners. So another type of banner that this game has is a faction summon, and we'll talk about factions a little bit later as well. Okay, so let's talk about what happens when you get copies of your characters. So here's the thing. just like in a card game, you can get 12 copies of the same card from drawing out of packs. Well, what do you do with copies in a game like this? Well, when you get copies of a character, usually you're able to spin those copies to improve the character that you already have. So, for example, if I were to go in and take a look, let's look at Thor. Okay, so here's Thor. If I had a second copy of Thor, I could spend it to increase Thor's stats pretty significantly. And I can keep spending copies of Thor to do this. So if you look, like right now, he is Ascension 0, essentially. And his max level is 120. So let's look at him compared to Inazami, who I said was my main character, who I have been ascending and leveling up quite a bit. So you can see she has significantly higher stats than he does, and she's also taking more copies and has a max level of 240. So spinning copies of a character generally will improve the character stats-wise or unlock new abilities and things depending on the game. So there's a reason to get copies and spend copies of your characters. Now, some games will handle copies of lower rarity characters a little bit differently. Sometimes you will get shards that you can collect to spin to eventually get or improve a character. In this game, if you get copies of the lower tier characters, you can spend them to enhance your characters and improve their stats. That's getting a little into the weeds on that, but basically there's always a purpose for getting extra copies of a character. Okay? So, the other thing that I want to talk about with the heroes here is generally there's some kind of faction system that's set up. In this game, you will see that there are 4 factions. There's the Luminarchs, the Shadow, something or other. I'm going to go over here just so I don't sound like a fool. We'll pull them up right here. So we have the Luminarchs, the Shadow Arcs, the Guardians, and the Viridians. So those are the 4 different factions. They kind of have a Pokemon, rock, paper, scissors thing going on. The Luminarchs are strong against the Shadow Arcs. The Shadow Arcs are strong against the Guardians. The Guardians are strong against the Viridian. And the Viridian are strong against the Luminarchs. So you get a bonus if you're, facing off against a faction that is, the weaker faction. You have a faction advantage. So that's basically it for what a gacha game is, or what the gacha system is. You're trying to collect heroes. Your heroes have different rarities. You get them by pulling or summoning or wishing for them. That's another term that's used a lot. Wishing, wish, summon, pull. You'll hear all that stuff kind of interchangeably. And you could do that through the standard banner or standard summon, which is generic, where everybody has the same chance to be pulled based on their rarity, or through the special banners or limited summons, whatever you want to call them, where generally they have the same chance rarity-wise to be pulled, but once you pull something of that rarity, the specific unit, the specific hero on the banner has a much higher chance to be the one that you actually get. And then finally, if you are pulling and doing these things with your summons, then you have a reason to use the copies when you get them to improve and power up your characters further and further. So that's essentially what happens in a gacha game. So moving on from the gacha stuff, we're going to talk about idle game mechanics, okay? And what's involved in being an idle game. So first off, idle games are designed so that you continue to earn benefits from them even when you're not playing. They're also designed, for the most part, to allow you to play while not playing. And we'll take a look at some of those things here as we get into this. So first off, usually in an idle game, you generate rewards, experience, gear, all that kind of stuff, even while you're not playing the game. So for example, in Mythic Heroes, the idle reward is this giant pile of treasure down here. And while I'm not going to get into the specifics of Mythic Heroes right now, just know that as time goes by, this pile builds up, and when I click it, it'll tell me that 6 hours and 27 minutes and 30 seconds have gone by since I last collected this reward, and these are all the things that I've accumulated. So I've got badges, I've got that, premium currency that I can use for summons, I've got character experience, account experience, I've got, shards, I've got all kinds of stuff in here that I can use. And now that I've collected this will continue to build up these rewards over time, and you'll see this will flow down and my treasure pile starts again. So I'm always earning something even when I'm not playing the game. And that's where the idle comes in, because you can be idle, not playing the game, and still earn currencies, still collect rewards. Now, the other part of the idle game, which I mentioned here, is a lot of times you can kind of set it and forget it, essentially. So if we go into the campaign here and I hit campaign, okay, and we go to fight a battle, you'll see that I'm going to get in and have the option to fight. Once I fight, I'm going to have the option to let my characters fight automatically without me touching anything. So if I go ahead and hit fight, I can go hands off, and my characters are going to fight according to their strengths, how I've set them up, what gear I have them equipped with, what formation I put them in. So it's not as simple as just hitting like, oh, go. But it is basically, you can plan everything out in advance, and then you can use that to allow you to play the game without having to mash every single button in the game. So for some people, it may look like not playing, but really what it's doing is it's just kind of doing the grinding for you. If you've played an MMO, and like, oh, okay, so today my daily quest, I've got to, do these 3 world quests, for example. Well, imagine if you could set your character up, equip yourself with the gear, set your talent trees, set your skills, everything else, and then make sure everything was good. And then you could just hit a button and your character would just go do the 3 world quests for you while you watch YouTube or, work on some homework or whatever the case may be. And when you're done, boom, your 3 world quests are done. You can come back over, you can look at your character and be like, okay, what's the next thing I want to do? Let me set up for that. And then, okay, that's ready. Hit the button, boom, go back to what you were doing and, continue to basically, it takes care of the tedium for you. However, if you don't set the game up well, if you don't do a good job of preparing your characters and your team and stuff for the fight, you will lose. And you'll have to rethink your strategy. Now, you can always take this stuff off of auto and you could do it manually. So let's come in here. Let's go to the fight, okay? I can turn auto off, and now you'll see this will flash when it's ready for an ability to go off. And I can hit that ability manually and go, okay, use your ability, right? So I can do that stuff manually if I want. And sometimes on the harder difficulties, that is what you want to do, because a lot of times auto it will just use the ability automatically as soon as it's ready. And sometimes you want to time things because you want to hit a specific character, take out a specific unit, time a shield at the right time. So when you do get into stuff that is getting a little bit more difficult for you, sometimes you do want to pull it off on auto and you want to participate and do things manually. But you could always just do that if you want to have fun. Now, this game takes it a step further, and it has auto assault. And a few games kind of have this, where you can hit auto assault. And what this will do is it will play through the battle on auto. And then if you win, it's automatically going to queue up the next battle, right? Hands off. It's going to queue up the next fight for me, and it's going to go ahead and fight it. And it'll just keep doing this until I lose like 3 times in a row. And then it'll stop and be like, hey man, you lost this battle 3 times in a row. You probably need to look at this and figure out what's going on, okay? So I'm gonna let this run in the background here for just a little bit and talk about some of the other idle mechanics. So generally in these idle games, you've got reasons to be friends with people and you've got reasons to join guilds. You also typically have some PvP, and you have multiple different PvE modes that you could participate in. So let's go ahead and jump back out here, and I'll showcase some of that. So normally you have a kingdom or a town or a city or a base, and at that base, this is where you do all the things that you do to kind of like that don't involve fighting and combat, okay, for the most part. So for example, my guild is here, and I can come into the guild and I can check out the lobby for the guild and, you know, see who's here. I can come in and go to the guild market. I can go contribute to guild research. I can go fight a guild boss. There's usually a guild boss to fight. So there's different stuff to do with my guild here. I've got the Summoner Sanctum where I can summon for new characters. I've got the Marketplace, which has a bunch of different stores that I can purchase things in. There's like a leaderboard that I get rewards for, etc. The friend mechanic up here, I can send hearts to my friends and they can send hearts back. When I hit a certain number, I get a reward. There's all these things in here that incentivize you to basically log in and kind of do your daily quest, to do the things that, you know, if you played World of Warcraft or another MMO, you know, it's, hey, I got to do this many world quests. I got this much for rep grind. I've got a couple of dungeons I need to run. I need to do this quest, that quest. I need to go do my herb gathering. Think of all that stuff, right? But you do the same things in a game like this. However, a lot of the tedium can be done automatically for you. And once you kind of get the game into a farm status, you can usually take care of all the activities in 5 to 30 minutes per day. Okay, if I really want to, I can have everything that I need done in this game done within about 10 minutes. But if I want to take the time to challenge myself and work on progress, I could probably spend 30 to 45 minutes playing during the day if I wanted to. It's nice to have that option. And when I say have this on farm status, eventually you get to the point where you have to wait for resources and stuff to build up your character. You can think of it as time gating or whatever. It's up to you. Like, you can't always go spend money and kind of get over that hurdle. But for the most part, if you're free to play or you're a small fish or dolphin spender like I am, then you just wait, right? You wait and you gather up these resources. And once you have enough to push your characters to the next tier, you do that. And then you have a nice long couple of sessions where you get to progress through the game and kind of make it into new things. So over in the kingdom, you have all the things that you do to manage your stuff. And I'm going to kind of talk about this from the perspective of World of Warcraft, because I know many of you are familiar with it, at least in terms of mechanics. So you've got your guild here. And again, this is pretty common amongst most idle games. So I'll just throw it out there, okay? Not everything will be one-to-one, you know, exactly the same, but a lot of mechanics will be the same. You usually have a guild boss. You have guild rewards. You may have guild research or a market, and then you have guild versus guild PvP. Okay, you typically have a couple different places where you can just get rewards for progressing in the game. For example, in this game, you have the museum, where you unlock bonuses for having different characters and progressing them to the different ascension tiers. And some of this stuff I'm just gonna blaze over, okay? You got your marketplaces where you can spend your gold or your premium currency. You may have some sort of crafting. You have something that's equivalent to the mission table in World of Warcraft, where you can send your characters out on missions, and after a certain amount of time, they come back. You have your arena where you can PvP against other players. You'll see here right now, I'm number 584 on my server, which is not too bad. So you have that kind of stuff over here. Then you usually have a different section where it contains all the stuff that you do in order to fight different enemies. So you normally have a couple of different big bosses that you can fight for different resources. So for example, I have this Dorado Vault. When I fight this guy, depending on how much damage I do to him, I get a bunch of gold after I fight him. So you usually have some bosses that you can fight for resources. You normally have a campaign that you play through that's got story and story missions, and it unlocks different features and stuff for you. You can see here when I clear mission 1540, I unlock the Astrolabe of Fate, which is some thing I haven't messed with yet, but I'm pretty far along in this game and still have a lot to unlock. You normally have a couple other places that you can farm things from. So in this game, you've got the Zodiac Caverns, which is a bunch of elemental bosses. You've also got the Divine Chronicles. So there's usually some sort of challenge that requires you to use a team of only a particular faction. So when you're in here in the Divine Chronicles, you have to use only Luminarch characters. And this is something that incentivizes you to build multiple teams of heroes, and to kind of branch out from that core team that you play a lot of the campaign and stuff with. So you may not get too far in these until you've kind of really built out your main team and you're able to start spending resources on side teams. But there's usually some kind of challenge like that. There's also some sort of roguelike stuff a lot of the time. So for example, Hades Hell here is a dungeon where as you progress through, there are these changing debuffs that challenge your team and may challenge you to either just be so strong that it doesn't matter, or to overcome this debuff by putting together a team that can negate the negatives or take advantage of them even. There's also the Pantheon in here, which is a full-on like roguelike style mode where you go through and you get random buffs and things like that, and progress to a final boss. You try to do as much damage as you can, and you get rewards based on that. There's also typically an actual shop where you can spend money if you want to. Like I said, I'm basically a fish/dolphin spender for most of these. I probably spend somewhere around $6 per game within the first week. And if I really, really, really like a game, then I may spend, at most I would say up to $50, but $50 would be over the course of a couple of months of a game that I'm playing a lot. Which so far I think I've only spent maybe $10 on this particular game. So you do have a shop that you can purchase stuff in. There's different types of things they have going on down here. You also usually get daily login rewards. So when I log in tomorrow, I'm going to get 5 of the summon scrolls. So 5 chances to get a new hero. Sometimes they have bonuses for new players or returning players, so that's what I'm working on here. I've got a couple of things left, and then I'll have this all finished out. And you can see they give me a bunch of that premium currency for completing this. And there's other stuff in here as well. In your Heroes tab, you've got all your different hero mechanics. You usually have a bag and an inventory, and then you have your daily quests, your weekly quests, your achievements, all this stuff you get rewards for as well. Okay. So I think I've kind of done a fairly good introduction to the mechanics of what goes into both a gacha game and what goes into a idle game. Okay. So just to reiterate one more time here, gacha games are all about collecting heroes. They're all about trying to put together teams of the characters that you like. Characters have different rarities, and those different rarities, sometimes negate to or equate to a specific, power increase or, more mechanics or things like that. But most of these games are designed so that you can progress through them on a hero level that's relatively easy for you to get. The games that I recommend and I play don't really require you to spend any money in order to continue to progress in the game or to have a good team that's fun. With the idle games, they're designed so that you continually collect rewards and resources to use when you're not playing the game. You collect those resources and then you can use them when you do log in. Generally, you'll have big bursts of progression where you're able to spend a bunch of resources and kind of ascend from a plateau that your characters are on and do a whole bunch of stuff. And then you'll float back down into sort of a maintenance mode where you're basically just doing your dailies, collecting your rewards, and trying to build up enough currency and stuff so that you can progress past that next plateau as well as you continue on. So before we get into showcasing the actual games here, I wanted to take a minute and talk about why I like these games and why I think they're a lot of fun, and why I would encourage you guys to check out, whatever ones catch your eye here, or that you want to play with me and talk with me about. So there's a couple of things. I like the gacha games for a couple of reasons. I like to collect stuff, okay? In World of Warcraft, I wanted to get all the pets, I wanted to get the mounts, all that kind of stuff. I like to collect things. So it's fun to come in and be like, oh, can I get all the heroes? Like if you look over here in the portraits, you can see there's 2 ultra rare characters in this game that I don't have. And I have every single SSR character, every single SR character. I've gotten at least 1 copy of them. Okay, so I like collecting the characters. It's not just about collecting for collection's sake, though, because I also like creating the teams. You'll see if we go into a hero, like let's take a look at, my main squeeze here, Izanami. You'll see that she has an ultimate ability, but she also has 3 other abilities that she uses. And so understanding those abilities, combining them with other heroes, creating a team that synergizes well and does well against the campaign and other players, that's all really interesting and fun to me. And when you are playing a gacha, you never know what characters you're gonna get, okay? You just don't know. And there's an element of like, okay, now I have a copy of every, SSR hero in the game, but I don't have, for example, I only have 1 copy. I've only gotten 1 copy of SSR Gaia. So if we look at her, and we take a look at this number here, it's kind of her overall strength rating. It's 28,000. Okay, and I've got nothing on here. No gear, no extra levels, no special anything. If we take a look at someone else, right? Let's take a look at Dionysus. So Dionysus is another character that I have nothing invested in. No equipment, nothing, okay? But I've gotten more copies of him. His overall power rating is 42,000. So it's significantly higher. So even though I have a copy of every SSR hero that's in the game right now, I've gotten multiple copies of different characters. So if I were to take this character versus Gaia over here, there's a huge difference in power level. So even though I technically could use any hero in the game that I want, aside from those couple ultra rares that I'm missing, it doesn't mean that every strategy is going to work out the best for me, because some of my characters are significantly stronger because I have multiple copies. So in that sense, these gacha games force you to adapt to what you're given, to adapt to what you get from your pulls or your summons to build the best team. Now, in some ways, I've been able to kind of force the game to give me what I want, because, for example, anytime we get a limited banner where I can choose who I want to be over here, I just keep picking Izanami because I want to get as many copies of her as I can so that I can improve her and make her stronger. So there's usually some ways to kind of, mess with that and do that in the game. But I've also just kind of, I've gotten lucky and gotten multiple copies of her, or I've saved up, for example, in a marketplace so that I could buy a copy of her, stuff like that. So I really like the fact that you are kind of forced, roguelike style or draft style in a card game, to just use what you have. So in a roguelike, you may play through the game and in one run you get, X amount of things, and in another run you get Y amount of things, and based on what you're getting, you have to adapt your strategy. In a draft for a card game, you get a bunch of packs, you open them up, and whatever card you got is what you work with. And I really like that. I find it challenging, I find it compelling, I find it interesting. I like to see Does my strategy work better than someone else's? Where am I hitting my walls? Where are my synergies at? There's just a lot of reasons for me to really enjoy that mechanic. And I do also, I've said multiple times before, I like explodey loot boxes and stuff when they don't feel like they are exploiting your time and your money. Okay, and all these games here, in my opinion, they are very generous with what they give you without you spending any money at all. You will get some cool characters. Okay, you won't just have, you won't be trying to beat the whole game with, just these rare characters or just these, SR characters or whatever. You won't be doing that, okay? You will be able to get some cool characters, right? Maybe not exactly the cool character you wanted. That does happen sometimes, but you'll get some cool characters, right? Like when I started playing, I wasn't super interested in playing with Susanoo. He looks pretty cool, but he just wasn't on my radar as like someone I was thinking I would play with. And then I started to get a lot of copies of him, and I added him into my team, and like, he's just a beast, right? He's a badass. I like him a lot now. I like hearing him go like a tidal wave and stuff with his like voice acting and things. And I've actually started investing in him a lot. You can see he's the same sort of tier here as Izanami is. Athena is a character they gave you at the start of the game, and I just really liked her, so I kept improving and leveling her up. So I really enjoy that aspect of everything. So it's, once again, it's, doing the pulls and getting the big flashy surprise. It's working with what you got. It's trying to collect them all. It's working out the team strategies and the abilities and synergies and trying to figure out your strategies in order to beat things and improve your characters and your team. Like, all that stuff to me is a big deal when it comes to gacha games. Now, moving into the idle side of things, the things that I really like about idle games is I feel like they respect my time. Okay? They don't and they do. So here's where I'll say that they don't respect your time. If you want to just grind for 18 hours, you may not be able to do that if you have one of these idle games on farm mode, right? So if you are, kind of where I'm at with Mythic Heroes, where I kind of hit a plateau and I'm trying to break past the plateau, I don't really have a whole lot that I can do gameplay-wise outside of the 15 to 45 minute daily check-in and progression loop that I have right now. Okay, so that is where I will say, like, in that sense, there are sort of these time-gating moments or whatever, but that typically is going to happen when you've played the game a shit ton before that, okay? I played this game for days straight before I hit that wall where I felt like, oh, okay, now I just need to sit back and kind of collect as many resources as I can. Outside of that, I feel like they're very respectful of my time, okay? I get these rewards when I'm not playing, so every time I log in, I just have something there. XP, I've got new stuff, new things to mess with, and I didn't even have to play during that time period. So I've got these little shiny rewards whenever I log in. Okay, but not only that, in this case with the idle games, if you develop your strategy well, you can hit that auto button and the game will play itself. It won't make you go through the tedium of playing battle after battle after battle where you can absolutely crush and destroy the enemy. It'll just, hey, let's do it. We're just going to take care of it for you. So if you're at work and you want to put it to the side, and you want to hit that auto assault or auto on the battle and then go back to typing away, send an email or whatever you were doing, you could do that because we know you don't need your full focus over here because your team is kicking ass. Your strategy is good. And then when you hit that point where it's like, hey man, you just got defeated like 3 times in a row, you can take over and go, okay, the game, I obviously need to put the inputs here. Either I need to hit the abilities and time everything right, or I need to figure out, where to invest my resources to give my team that little bit of an edge so that I can go back to hitting auto again, So there's that aspect of, I feel like it's very respectful to my time in the sense that if I sit down and I invest that time into my strategy, it doesn't make me, do the tedium. You guys have probably played an RPG like Final Fantasy or something like that, right? You set up your characters, you're wandering around the world map, and every 15 seconds you get into a battle where you have to hit attack, 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 fireball, attack, 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 fireball, attack, 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 fireball, over and over again until the 3 frogs you're fighting die or whatever, right? That definitely happens in RPGs all the time. And then you take 15 more steps or 20 steps or 15 seconds go by and here we go. It's 2 frogs and a butterfly. Attack, 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 fireball. Attack, 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 fireball. This game basically says, you know what? When the 3 frogs show up, we're gonna do attack, 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 fireball for you until everything's dead. And then when that's done, you can come back and go back to world exploration or whatever you were doing, right? You can take the XP or the gear or the items that you got from that battle, you can add them to your characters, and you can go from there, right? So I really like that about the idle games. So there's the drafting from the gacha system, there's putting it all together, there's, the idle system that I feel like is very respectful of my time. And then there's just an extra element of, I like auto battler style games where you set everything up ahead of time and then you just see if what you did panned out. And that's just the type of game that these are. So I think that is the end of this summary about gacha games, idle games, what they are, the bulk of the broad mechanics that you need to know about, and why I am invested in these types of games and why I enjoy them. So what we're going to do next is get into an actual showcase of some of these different games. And I think what we'll do is we'll break away from Mythic Heroes. We'll check out a couple of the other ones, and then we'll come back around and I'll get into the specifics of Mythic Heroes as we go. So I am going to have timestamps after the live stream for this so that you guys can find exactly what you're looking for. We are going to be covering roughly 7 games, I think. And what I'm going to do for the rest of this is I'm going to go through and just show you what I'm doing kind of on a daily basis in each of these different games as I play through. This is going to be definitely still tutorial teaching intro style, but a little more laid back because I actually am going to play the game and just kind of talk about stuff as I go. It means I won't get every single detail about every single game in there, but I should have covered most of the basics and I'll be able to refer back to them from here on out and just kind of showcase these different games for you. Okay? Sound good? All right, I'm going to take a quick couple seconds here, knock back some Mountain Dew because I definitely just talked for a lot, and then we will get right into it. Okay, so I hit the wrong button there. That's where the came from. So I do have kind of a rotation with these games because they all have different reset times and different things that I try to do with them and try to hit with them. So the first game we're going to run through real quick is we're going to run through Cookie Run Kingdom. And Cookie Run Kingdom, I already have a showcase video for here on the channel, so you can check that out. Basically, we're going to run through what I'm doing on a daily basis in Cookie Run Kingdom from the context of everything I've just explained about gacha and I've just explained about idle stuff in game. And I am going to start each game by kind of telling you where I'm at in it. So for Cookie Run Kingdom, right now I'm basically on maintenance mode. And here's what maintenance mode is. Maintenance mode is logging in every day to do all my daily tasks, to build up, whatever rewards and stuff that I'm earning, to just keep earning my currencies and my resources and stuff, so I can keep building my my teams and my heroes up over time. And I'm basically waiting for the next event. Okay, there are a lot of events in these games. Usually, there's something new every 2 to 4 weeks in these games. So the previous event for Cookie Run Kingdom was a Halloween event. It's been out for, I think, about 2 weeks now. close to that. So we're getting close to having another event, but I kind of did all the Halloween stuff. And now I'm just kind of making sure I log in and collect everything. I'm in maintenance mode. And when a new event comes out, then I'll probably, get really into it for the duration of the event until I do everything that you're able to do in the event. And then I'll go back into maintenance mode. So I'm going to, like I said, preference each of these games by kind of telling you what status I have it in. That way you can get a glimpse of like how these games play out based on where you're at in the game. Okay. So let's jump into Cookie Run Kingdom, and we'll go through the dailies, and I'll point out the different idle stuff that I talked about previously. Okay, and I may be moving my camera around throughout this just to make sure that it's not in the way of anything too important. Now, Cookie Run Kingdom is also a game that I would love you guys to play with me. I am on the Hollyberry server, which you can see right there. So Hollyberry up there in the corner. I do have a guild. Right now it's just me and Steph that are in the guild. I was in a guild previously, but I was so far above everybody else in the guild in contributions. I just decided to try starting my own guild and see if I could get other people that would contribute as much as I do to the guild and everything, and just try to get a better guild going. So I would probably have a full guild, but I put restrictions on which people could join. But if you are interested in playing and you want to play with me and join the guild, I could send you an invite which overwrites those limits. Okay, so you can see here's the pumpkin pie promotion event. This is going on through the 18th. So on the 18th or 19th, we should have a new event. Sometimes there's a couple of gaps in between these events. But yeah, I'm basically on maintenance mode until that next event. Pretty cool coupon code available, 30 million kingdom. Gives you a ton of stuff, actually, if you input that coupon. So great time to jump in and get a bunch of free stuff. Cookie Run Kingdom is a game that has a battle pass. It's actually the only game that has a battle pass where I have actually completed the battle pass to its like max and then some. Most of the time I've purchased a battle pass, I don't hit the maximum. I hit it on here, and I'm already pretty damn close. I'm on 20 out of 30 levels for the battle pass. And the battle pass has a long amount of time left. Okay. So here's what I'm doing. Basically, for me, maintenance comes down to 3 things. Log in every day and collect my stuff. Okay, so the shop, for example, has a free pack that you can get once per day. So I grab that. It gives me some premium currency and some character XP. Okay, so I'll grab that. I'll grab whatever else it is. I'll hit my mail. I'll claim whatever's in here. I'll make sure I go on and do my thing where I come over here to my friends and I send them all a gift, and then they can send me a gift. So that's a little friend element of this. So I log in and collect all my stuff every day. Okay. Then after that, the next thing that I do is I do my Kingdom Pass daily. So I do my Battle Pass daily. So I want to produce something, claim a reward from the tree, complete the bounties, use stamina jellies, claim fountain rewards, and send a balloon expedition. So I want to do this stuff every day so that I can get the XP for my Battle Pass and keep progressing it. So we're going to do that real quick. Let's go ahead and go over to the tree. I'm not going to explain all this stuff. Like I said, this is on maintenance mode, and I already have a video going into Cookie Run Kingdom in depth. So I'm just going to kind of show you what I'm doing on a daily basis, and then we're going to move on to other games that I may not have necessarily showcased on the channel yet. Okay, so I got the daily reward here. Boom, I'm going to get that. Technically, you can get 3 of these every day, but I'm not worried about getting 3 of them every day. I just want to achieve these daily missions in my Battle Pass. So I'm going to grab that. Okay, fountain rewards. This is the idol, the thing that builds up over time when you're not playing. It's a fountain in Cookie Run Kingdom. And so I just got all this stuff. Boom, 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 boom. For collecting from that. So I can go ahead and claim that. There are seasonal missions, so like once per season, that you can get as well. I just hit another tier. Awesome, we'll grab that. We have the use a stamina jelly. Now this one I haven't been doing, okay? This game does have a stamina system, which you can see up here. And I will say, okay, I only recently started using all of my stamina. I played the shit out of this game for 2 weeks, probably 2 weeks. It was the main game that I played. And I never had a problem with stamina. So you can play, if you're going to start playing this game now, you can play a lot, without running into the point where stamina becomes an issue. Now, if I go ahead and burn through all my stamina, you can see my limit is 88. I'm just at the point now where I kind of, since I'm on maintenance mode, I've run out of a lot of the things that give me bonus stamina. And so I just don't worry about this one too much right now. And I kind of do once every 2 or 3 days, I'll do the spend 100 stamina one. So we're going to skip that one. We'll go ahead and send our balloon expedition. Let's go ahead and auto that. Boom. Go ahead. All right. So balloon expedition is going. Collect that. And then we're going to go complete our bounties. So we'll go do that. I've only got one option. I've been doing level 8 just to kind of get these over with pretty quickly. So we'll go in and I think we can change. Let's go ahead and switch our item here. Let's go back to the scythe. Like I said, I've gone over this one in a separate video, so. Oh, my storage is almost full. Okay. So we need to spend some things so we can collect some new things. So that's something else that I'll do. I'll come in here. I like to go over to the trade harbor. Let's see. So this is one of the shops where you can spend your resources in. So I'm going to look into this and see if there's anything I want to spend. And just get this stuff out the way. Try to make some space. We can do that. Let's go ahead. That one too. Let's do that. That'll get rid of 300 wood. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll spend a bunch of these. And what this does is this will free up space in my inventory. Again, it takes a while for you to hit the point where any of this stuff becomes an issue. Okay. So we'll do that, and then let's go back over to our bounties. We should have plenty of room for those now. So let's jump in, and we're going to do our bounties. Level 8. We got everything ready here, so let's go ahead. So this one I do have behind me. I'll move myself out the way a little bit here. Come over here. So you can see I have this on both auto. Hey, what's up, Desert Traveler? Thanks for tuning in. So I've got auto and I've got increased speed over here. So these guys are just going to fight through on their own. Cast their abilities when they're ready. It's not always the best thing to do, but like I said, I'm pretty much on maintenance mode here. So anything that I'm running at this point is something that I know I can run with, you know, basically no problems. I say that, but I may die now. So, the bounty in this game is the boss that you can run in order to get resources, which I talked about. You know, most idle games have that included, and that's what this is in this game. So what you get from these bosses is you get powders, which lets you improve the level of your character's skills. I actually really hate this boss. He does a continual knockback, and it is annoying. It's like a knockback plus a stun. So this is an example of where I'm probably going to lose here. And it may have worked out better if I actually cast the abilities manually myself. But what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to drop down to level 7. Try that again. I like to run it on full auto. At this point, when I'm in maintenance mode, I really don't want to hit the abilities myself. So I'll just drop down to a level where I can just cruise through this with no problems. just take whatever I can get, because I don't really need these resources right now. I'm just making sure that I collect them, because you can only do these bosses a certain number of times every day. So even though I don't need them right now, if I need them in the future, I'm going to wish that I had, you know, at least gotten something out of these. And sometimes you don't even want to run the highest level difficulty anyway for this kind of stuff, because there are different tiers of materials, and I may actually want to check and see. I may be low on the lower tier materials, and I may want to pick some up. You can see, just dropping it down one tier, this was a lot easier. Okay, so that boss is totally roasted. So to qualify for the quest here, we're going to need to run this 3 times at least. I could technically run these 5 times. But what I want to do, if you'll notice, if I'm on level 7, I'm getting this pinkish purple. If I drop down, I get a blue. And if I go even further, I get the brown. So what I actually want to see is I want to look at my inventory and see how many of the blue powders I have. Because I should have a lot of the pink ones, because I farm those a lot. Okay, so let's see. I've got, you know, I've got 188 at the lowest to like 272 at the highest. Blue powders. A lot of my blue powders are low, you know, 12, 37, 8, 52. So I think I may actually want to drop down another tier and farm the blue powders instead of doing the highest one. So I can drop down to level 6, and that'll give me 4 of every blue powder per run here. So we're going to do that. That'll also let us cruise through the rest of these real quick and complete that daily quest. And once we're done with sort of the stuff that I do daily, I'll run through and I'll kind of showcase the different gacha and idle aspects of the game that we haven't covered through doing the daily stuff, so that you can check this stuff out for yourself as well. Like I said, I am being very just laid back about Cookie Run Kingdom, because I've got a full video, like 40 minutes, I think, kind of going over the game and everything I like about it. I'm not going to move me back over here now that you guys have seen the auto and stuff. Okay, so cool. We beat that guy. We got our 4 of every powder, which is awesome. We can go ahead and just hit try again. And in this particular game, it'll pop us back up with that same layout. Oh, there we go. We're good to go. We're just back at it. I can hands off. You know, I can do something else. I can talk to chat. Say, what's up, Desert? How you doing today? Why you up so early / late? Is it early or is it late? For me, it's late. I've been up since I think 5 yesterday, 5 p.m. So we're going to cruise through. This should be our 3rd one, so this will get us our daily quest. I will probably run the other 2 just to collect more resources here. The reason I have 2 extra runs is because I purchased the battle pass. So they give you 2 extra runs for doing that. And the battle pass is $5 for a month. This is the game that I've spent the most money in. And it's because I did play it for 2 weeks straight. I'm talking hours per day, 2 weeks straight. And every time an event comes up for this game, I'm like, hell yeah, and I'm right back in, okay? So the game is, I don't want it to sound like, oh, this game was great, but now I don't care. It's no, this game is great. It's just the natural progression of things, right? Even in MMOs and stuff like that, between patches and stuff, you eventually hit that point where you're basically just logging in to, you know, do your dailies and then you log off. And that's basically where I'm at on this. It's both for you, early and late? Okay. Alright, so we got that one. We got one more run. And then we're going to be all out of tries. You can see I get 5 tries per day. So this is why you want to log in every day and just kind of knock them out. So we'll get these going. And I think this was the last. I think this was the last one we needed to do for the battle pass today. So aside from the battle pass and collecting all my resources and stuff like that, the other things that I do every day is I do my guild battle every day, which we're gonna do here in a minute. And I also make sure to start my production buildings so that I have resources and stuff for the next day. Okay, so we are done with our bounties. We're done with our resource-giving bosses. So we can hop out of here. Go back to our battle pass. Or kingdom pass. Yeah, so there we go. So like I said, I'm not going to worry about the stamina jelly one. We've collected all the quests that I wanted to take care of today. So knock out the kingdom pass. Collect all my stuff. If we zoom out here, you can see my big old city that I have. So I want to collect all my materials. Collect all my little XP jellies. And then I'm going to make sure that I click all these little check marks because these are all rewards that I can get for different things. Then I'm going to go in and collect any other things I have. Anytime you see like a red bubble pop up, it means you have something. So I did a quest for this. I'm going to use it to buy another reward. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, down here. So this is the gacha, right? I talked about gacha games. So in here, we talked about banners earlier, right? So cookies, this is the standard banner. The banner that's always here where if you look at the probabilities for this one, you can see that it's 0.72 for an ancient, 0.36 for a legendary, 19.28 for an epic, 37 for a rare, 41 for a common. So this is the lowest tier, then the next, then the next, then ancient, then legendary. I know that's a little weird, but you know, it is what it is. So we also have two featured or limited or special banners. We've got the Mala cookie one. So in this one, you've got the same probabilities, but there is a much higher chance that when you do get an epic cookie, which is the kind of like main tier that you want to build your team out of, there's a much higher chance that it will be mala sauce cookie. And then this is the newest cookie, pumpkin pie cookie, who has a high chance up on this banner. So depending on which one you choose, you have a high chance of getting this. So let's do a draw 10 on here. I'm going to try to draw for stuff if I can on these different games, you know, when I can, just to kind of showcase what the different gacha systems sort of look like. So this one gives you a cool little thing here. In this game, cookies are created by witches. So then you got to use the cookie cutter. What do we get? We got to bake it in the oven. Out pops an onion cookie. So in this game, you can get shards. So this is another mechanic you'll find a lot of times. You'll find shards where essentially instead of getting a full character, you'll get a piece of a character. And if you get enough pieces of the character, you can either get the character or you can get a copy of the character to increase the strength of your character. So in this one, all these are shards. And then I did get an angel cookie, I got a wizard cookie, and I got a devil cookie. Okay. So this game also has costumes. It's got treasures in here. So we'll go ahead and... This is another thing we can do the gacha for. Go ahead and get these out the way. I work graveyard, so I'm usually up in the middle of the nights. Oh, yeah, me too. Do you have to spend a lot to play this game? No. Okay, so I mentioned it before. I'm going to keep reiterating this throughout the video. You don't have to spend a dime, okay? You really do not have to spend a dime. I have spent money, and I've spent the most money on this game, but it's because I was able to do so much without spending any money at all. Okay, I don't know how to really explain that, but if I feel like I can't progress in the game without spending money, I don't want to fucking play the game, and I definitely don't want to spend money. You know, I don't want to feel like I'm being extorted, like, hey, you like this game? You want to have fun? Give us your money. Like, no. I will just straight uninstall that shit. Like, right as soon as I installed the game, and the first thing it did when I logged in is it popped up with a pack. It was like, buy this pack, and I was like, fuck your game. And I just uninstalled the shit. I didn't even check to see whether the game was fun. I didn't care. So every game you're going to see in this video, you do not need to spend a single dollar to not only get cool characters, but to progress through the game. What you do need to do is you need to manage your resources well. And you need to invest your resources in the right places. So I'm hoping that if people enjoy this video and get into some of these games, I can make some guides on how to do that so you don't waste your resources. So yeah, you don't have to spend anything on any of these. I did mention that I have probably spent, on each game, I've probably spent $6. But that's after I determined that it was a game that I liked and wanted to, you know, spend $6 or so in. Those were for the like one-time really high value deals that they give you that basically always guaranteed like a couple good characters or something to kind of spice up the account. And on a couple of the games, I have spent more than that. This is one of them. I'd say I've probably spent like $40 on this game. But I've also gotten more gameplay out of this game than I've gotten out of a lot of AAA titles. If you look at my Steam library, there's games that I really enjoy that I've played for 15 hours. And I paid, you know, $20 for them. And I was like, cool, money well spent. I've probably played this game for 60 plus hours. And I've spent maybe $40 on it. And for me, that's not a bad deal at all. So this is the gacha system for this. We kind of went over, you know, some of the idle stuff, right? We got the fountain, things like that. So the last couple of things that I do on a daily basis. So I will come in and do my guild battles, which we're going to take a look at here. So just running through these menus, World Exploration is your campaign. Super Mayhem is a special 3 teams per person PvP mode. Bounties we talked about. Kingdom Arena is one-on-one, one team versus one team PvP. The Tower of Sweet Chaos is kind of like the special roguelike manage your teams version of gameplay. Tropical Soda Islands is something just real specific. It's a game mode you can play that doesn't cost you stamina. So it is a nice way to play the game and make some progression without that if you want to. And then there's the guild battle. So in the guild battle, like I said, it's just me and Eggy in here, me and Steph. And we're going to come in and we're going to fight this dragon. And when I fight the dragon, I do not put it on auto, okay? Because this is a fight where you want to manage everything as best as you can. So we're going to go in here and we're going to do these battles real quick. In between this battle and the next one, I'll check up with you in chat. Desert. All right, so I am manually clicking this stuff because I want everything cast. I need like perfect timing here on my stuff to maximize my damage. All right, and then once I kind of do that initial rotation, now I just take my hands off the wheel. It's all about that opening rotation and making sure everything gets cast in sequence to prep for the fight, do as much damage as I can. I think the dragon was at like 43% or something when I started. So I did over 1 million damage and took off about 25% of his health. So if I do this correctly again, I should kill the level 4 dragon and we'll move up to the level 5. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can get it. I don't mind spending on a game when I like it. Exactly. And that is the thing. And like I said, even in this game, okay, the prices for stuff are too high. But there are deals that come up that you're only allowed to purchase one time per account that I think are worth it. Okay, so there's been a couple $1 purchases, a couple $5 purchases, and every time they have an event, they have like an $8 pack that gives you like a shit ton of good stuff. Okay, and you can only buy it once per time. So you normally when that event comes up, I buy it because it's a really good deal. You can only buy it one time. It's usually themed around the event. Like the Halloween event was themed around the introduction of costumes to the game, and the $8 pack they had let you do the gacha for like 10 costumes or something. It was a pretty good deal, and I was just like, yeah, $8. You know, I get a bunch of resources, I get a couple cookies. You know, I get to draw for a bunch of costumes. Yeah, that just seems cool. So like my little poison mushroom here, he's wearing a costume. Like normally he's purple. I'll showcase some of the costumes here in a minute. All right, let's see if we can kill this dragon in one go here. I get 3 tries at the dragon every day to do as much damage as I can. Okay. And then go pumpkin cookie or poison cookie next. Yep. There. Vampire. Let's go. Come on. All right, let's kill him. Come on. Don't fall short on me here. I think we're going to get it. I think we're okay. If he has like 1,000 left, I'm going to be so upset. 2,000. Okay, we got him. We got him. We got him. Sweet. We're probably not going to kill these 2 things, but we killed the dragon. So that's nice. Look at Dark Choco Cookie just going to town, being a beast. All right, cool. So we killed the dragon. I didn't do as much because he didn't have as much HP, right? So what's going to happen here is we're going to graduate up to the next tier of dragon. So level 4, battle 1. I get a bonus for being the one that killed it. And then we're up to level 5. All right, so I've got one more try. You can see right here, one more try. And we're going to do that. Let's see how much I can get on the level 5 dragon. One of my favorite things about this game is the guild battle dragon. I love like pushing myself to see how much damage I can do and whether I can build like a better team. I'll talk about that here in just a second. All right. So I'm using Pumpkin Pie Cookie in this guild battle, and she's the newest cookie, right? She's the newest cookie that just came out with the Halloween update, and she actually turned out to be really good for the guild battle. And that's pretty cool because, you know, when this new cookie came out, I got to change my team comp. Okay, I did 25% damage to the dragon. So pretty sick. So we're 25% of the way in. Cookie Run Kingdom resets at 10 a.m. Central Time. So I try to knock this one out when I get home on graveyard shift, just to make sure it's all ready to go. So now that I've done my my guild stuff, I get to jump out. There is a guild gacha, and you only pull on the guild gacha from resources that you get for participating in the guild. So you can see you get this resource up here, you use it, and you can draw something. In this case, I got some toppings. It's fine. And then you can spend all your XP stuff that you get to help level up the guild. It's pretty cool, pretty fun. I like it a lot. So the last thing that I do daily is I make sure that all my production buildings are producing things. So I'll go through here and I'll start setting these up. So the next time I log in, I'll have a bunch of resources that I can use for my, my quests, for getting the, those wishes done at the tree, all that kind of stuff. So we'll go through and queue these up. Okay, and then here, this is where I get into, you've got materials, which are pretty easy, right? So like this is just going to produce milk, and it produces different quantities with different times based on what you want to put in there. But then you get to your goods, right? And your goods is where you can choose to spend resources to make things. So like in this case, I don't have any shovels. I might want shovels the next time I log in, so I'm just going to make a bunch of shovels. I'm gonna make make some toffee jams. We'll do some jelly bean jam. Here, I think I'm gonna make 1 cuckoo clock, 1 acorn lamp, and then a couple of pinecone birdie toys. Here, we're just gonna go 2 and 2. Here, I'm gonna make 1 focaccia bread. Focaccia, however you say it. And then the rest, I want to make more of these tarts. These tarts are getting used for hamburgers, and I've been low on hamburgers, so I'm trying to make more of these to get those back up. So we can't make any almu rice because we don't have the focaccia, but we're gonna go ahead and just make all the bear jelly burgers we can. Let's see. We'll do. I don't want to use up my pomegranate jam, so we're not going to make the colorful bowl. I don't want to use up my hamburger, so we're going to make the biscuit planters because they're useful for making these candy flowers, and that's what we're going to make here. Is we're going to do all candy flowers. And over here, we'll do 1 butter. We'll do 2 butters and 1 cream. And we're gonna do all the jelly bean latte we can. All the cloud pillows we can. All the root beer. I think I'm good on spooky muffins. I've got 13 and I haven't been using them, and they're pretty expensive, so I'm just gonna skip that one. And there we are. We're done with the resources. So now I've got these all queued up. As far as I'm concerned, I'm basically done for the day. I did want to show you guys the costume system. When we get into the cookies, the gacha, when you get copies, eventually you can promote your cookies and you get a stat boost, just like I showed you in the other game earlier. So we did get 1 cookie up where we can do that. So we're going to promote her. I really kind of wish I could skip this animation. It's one of the very few things that sort of annoy me in this game. And it's so petty, right? Let's come in here real quick, and I just like to make those notifications go away. We got our treasures, so same thing. When you get copies of the treasures, you can level them up to make them more powerful. So you can see now the flamingo tube will give us 29.5% max HP to our cookies instead of 27.3. Like I said, there's lots of good stuff that I haven't even covered here. But we're just not going to get into it for every single game, or I'll be here for hours and hours and hours. So here are the costumes. Different kinds of costumes that you can get. This is one of my favorite ones. So if I unequip, this is a costume for Sea Fairy. I really like her character. She's a legendary cookie. This is an epic tier costume. So yeah, there's a bunch of different costumes in here that you can use on your characters. The costumes themselves don't give any bonuses to the characters, so you don't have to have a costume equipped just because it gives you better stats. However, collecting the costumes gives you these costume set bonuses. So there's a reason to collect them, but you don't have to wear them if you don't like them, which is, I think, pretty nice. With that dragon. Dang straight. And yeah, Dark Choco is he's a beast. He's an absolute beast of a cookie. He is so tough. The foodie in me loves this game's lingo. That's something that I actually really admire about this game. How they just took everything and it's like bear jelly and cream puffs, and they just I think thematically this game is just really, 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 really on point. Okay, so I used the guild gacha 75 times. This is basically like an achievement. So it gives me some little bonuses here. Pretty cool. So yeah, Cookie Run Kingdom, that's kind of what I do on a daily basis. Now at this point, I would call it good. Hop out of here and move on to the next game. So we will hop back over to Mythic Heroes and knock this one out real quick. If you weren't here earlier, I talked about this one as my example for explaining a gacha and an idle game. So what I'm going to do now is just kind of run through what I do on a daily basis. I don't need to do any of it because I've already done it today. I did it at work. But I just kind of want to show you the flow now that you have an idea for kind of what I do in Cookie Run Kingdom, and just so I can showcase, you know, some of the features of this game as well that are slightly different, right? So you saw what I do for Cookie Run Kingdom. Here's what I do for Mythic Heroes. Okay, so for Mythic Heroes, I grab my idle rewards. I come over to Kingdom. Okay, up in Kingdom, I'm going to go to my guild. At my guild, I'm going to fight the guild boss. Then I'm going to come down to the Wishing Fountain. I'm going to contribute to the guild. And that's going to give me resources that I can use. If the Colosseum guild versus guild battle is going on, I will go ahead and participate in that. I've already done that today. Our team is not doing very well. We have won most of our guild battles, but we have lost a couple, and you can see we're the originals and we're fighting the war horses, and right now we're kind of getting our butts. We're not getting our butts. We're doing better than we were earlier. I think my guild tends to play like early in the morning. So this is kind of the guild versus guild. I'm not gonna get into this one too much, but I would do that if that's going on. After that, I'll hop over and see if I've got any leaderboard rewards. I'll check the alchemy workshop and see if I have any crafting I can do. Then I'll go over to the Fable Agora, and this is where I'll do my like mission table type stuff. I'll send heroes out on quests, and after a certain amount of time, they'll come back and they'll give me materials and things for doing the quests. And then I will also hit the arena. And in the arena, I will go ahead and use all my free challenges for the day in order to fight people. And once I'm done with my free challenges, I usually book it out of here and I'm done. I'll hop over to the campaign. I'll do the Trials of Ascension, where I fight whatever bosses are available to collect my gold, character experience, and my Stardust, which is used for ascending characters to the next tier. I will do the Pantheon if that's available, which is the roguelike mode, where you play through 27 stages and you do things like get quests, get blessings and stuff, and just fight through to the final boss, Kronos, and see how much damage you can do to him. I'll go to the Zodiac Caverns and I will collect resources here. These are used for leveling up character weapons, which we'll check out in just a minute. And then outside of that, in the campaign, I don't do anything unless I want to try to progress some campaign missions, Hades Hell missions, or if I want to continue the Divine Chronicles, which if I'm just knocking out my stuff for the day, I don't worry about it. I'll grab my daily login bonus. I'll also make sure to send hearts to my friends and get any hearts back that they've sent my way for that. And then after that, it's all about maintenance and upgrading heroes and stuff. I'll go to the journal and I will collect my daily quests to complete those and get my rewards. Anything weekly I have, you can see I've kind of like knocked all this out already. And any achievements that I get along the way of doing these different things. I'll hit up my bag and make sure I redeem anything in here that I need. And then I go over and see what I can do to progress my heroes. So my main team is this team across the top. So I'll go in and I usually have a character that I'm trying to level up. So right now I'm trying to get all my characters, my top 5, to level 80. So right now I'm working on leveling up Idun. So I'll come in and I'll see, hey, do I have enough XP to level up Idun? In which case I did. So I leveled her up from 160 to 171 today. So I can go ahead and level her up one more time. So she's 172. Then I will check out and see if I can upgrade my character's weapons, which you see here. So if I hop over to Idun, she's also the one that I'm working on. If I click on one of these, it'll tell me how many of these soul seals I have. And remember, I get these from coming over here to the campaign and doing the Zodiac Caverns. So like if I want that Firebird one, I need to come over here and fight the Firebird to get these tokens. And then I can spend those tokens to upgrade her weapon, which increases her stats. Okay, so mainly what I'm trying to do with my heroes right now is just level them up XP wise and also improve their weapons. Outside of that, I'll check and see if I got enough copies of a hero or something to enhance a character. So I did not get enough to enhance Hades here. Let's see if I got enough for anybody else. Did not get enough blue. Maybe I got enough green. Yeah, I have enough. So I can hit autofill and I can enhance her from 4 to 5 and boost her stats. So I'm just progressively working on improving my heroes in this game. Once I kind of knock all that stuff out, the last thing I'll do is I'll hit up the marketplace and I'll go through and buy all the things that I want to buy. So I'll buy more character XP, more Stardust, more gold, and then I'll come back over to my heroes and I'll hit them up and see if, see if I can level them up any further off of that. And that's basically what I do in this game. And I showed some combat for this game earlier on in the stream, so if you want to check out some of the combat, you can hop back to that section where I use this as an example. Like I said, I'll be putting in timestamps after the stream. But that's basically what I do in this game. Like I said, this one, because it allows me to skip things and just auto battle through and everything, it has a lot of mechanics that really respect your time where, let's say, for example, that I haven't really done anything to level up my team since yesterday because I'm just trying to build up enough XP or Stardust or something to get the next character to the next level. You have the option to come into a boss and you can just hit pillage and it gives you the reward that you got last time, right? So, if I got, 10 chests unlocked on the guild boss yesterday, and today I didn't really do anything because I'm just collecting resources, I can hit pillage and it just gives me 10 chests worth of rewards. And I can do that 2 times. I fought the guild boss in about 8 seconds. I got my rewards and I'm out. So this game really, really respects your time in that manner. So that is Mythic Heroes. And Mythic Heroes, for me, since I said that I was going to, say this, is on a maintenance mode. Okay, at this point for Mythic Heroes, I'm waiting on the next big event to really get into the game and play a bunch more. Okay, I could do some campaign, I could do some Hades Hell and stuff like that, but I really am just waiting for whatever's next. And Mythic Heroes came out a couple of weeks ago. It's like basically brand new, almost. It's less than a month old, I think. So they had an initial like Halloween event, which was pretty good. I thought pretty free to play friendly. Yeah, I'm just waiting on the next one. So this one is Mobile Legends Adventures. It's very similar to Mythic Legends. There's a couple of differences in this game compared to the other one in the gameplay, which is why I'm also playing this one. Builds fast in Mythic Heroes. Yeah, absolutely. And Mythic Heroes, when I first started playing, I played it for as my main game for a couple of days. I will say that compared to Cookie Run Kingdom, you'll get less of that beginner playtime than you do in Cookie Run Kingdom when you're playing Mythic Heroes. But once you're in maintenance mode, you can also knock out the maintenance stuff a lot faster than you can in Cookie Run Kingdom. So it's kind of a trade-off, right? Cookie Run Kingdom, you could play for 2 weeks straight, nonstop as the main game. Mythic Heroes, you're probably going to play for 4 days, 5 days. But when you're in maintenance mode for Cookie Run Kingdom, if you're trying to go as fast as you can, it probably still take you 30-45 minutes every day to just knock out everything you want to do. Mythic Heroes, you can knock it out in about 10 minutes. Knock out everything you need to do for dailies. Okay, so Mobile Legends Adventures. I wanted to say Arena for some reason. Okay, so this one, you got your daily login rewards. Like I said, this is very similar to Mythic Heroes. Okay, so you have the city. And the city is where you're going to do all your non-combat stuff for the most part. So we're going to grab our Hall of Fame. We're going to get rewards. The cool thing I like about these idle games and stuff is that whenever someone on your server achieves the next thing in line, like here you'll see any player in this server reaches 18,600 light points, it gives everyone on the server a reward. That's pretty cool. It kind of encourages progression for everybody on the server. So we're going to grab that. We're going to hit our guild. So in this one, we've got guild parties, right? So in guild parties, every day you can obtain a couple dishes. When you have all the dishes, you can throw a party, which is right here. We got 4 people throwing parties, and you can attend people's parties to get a nice little reward. So we're going to cycle through all these parties and get these rewards. Okay, so we got all those. Then you can go to dish request, and you can donate extra dishes you have to other people to help them get their parties going. And you can also request a dish that you're missing. And if they help you out, they get a bonus. So you knocked out the guild party. Over on the sand table, there's a shop you can purchase from using your sand table points here. So I usually just grab the XP here. There is guild versus guild. Doesn't happen as often as it does in Mythic Heroes, but it's still here. We lost. No surprise there. No surprise at all. This is actually the first guild battle that I have participated in this game. Okay, and then there's also the guild boss, which we can do, which we'll come back to the guild boss. So pretty similar to Mythic Heroes, right? You got guild versus guild, you got a little guild activity that you can do, and you have a guild boss that you can fight. The Wishing Shrine is the place where you can wish, you can summon or pull or wish for new characters. This one, they want you to draw something. I kind of hate it. I find it to be really, really annoying. So this is the lowest tier character that just gets turned into scrap for use with your other characters. So here we have premium summon is like the normal one. We have a faction-based summon, a summon based on friendship, like giving and receiving things from your friends. When you get 10 hearts from your friend, you can do a summon. I found most of the time these are pretty shitty summons. You rarely get anything good from them, but I mean, you get them just for sending hearts to your friends, so it's kind of whatever. And then there's like a limited time summon going on, you know, a sort of rate up banner thing as well. Do you like the guild play on Mythic? So on Mythic, I like... so the guild boss is just you doing your own thing. I do like the guild battles in Mythic. I think they're pretty strategic. I actually really like the way that you set those up. And I'll probably touch on that in a different video. So yeah, I like the guild battles in Cookie Run Kingdom. I like the guild battles in Mythic. The guild battles in this one, I'm not like crazy about. Like they're there and it's fine. I like the guild party system in this a lot, actually. And that's probably my favorite thing about the guild is I think the party's just fun. Like I like food, so they got me on the food. I will do my free diamonds thing down here. You just watch an ad for a game and they give you some free diamonds. A lot of times the games are games that I already have installed. It's like, hey, you should play Mythic Heroes, and I'm like, I'm already ahead of you, actually. Without getting into, you know, any of these other mechanics, I'll just kind of check and see, like, hey, is there a red exclamation mark, something that I need to do on the city page? So we'll pop into the shop. Most of the time, these games will have a free pack that you get every day. It's their way of getting you to look at the shop every day. I get it. But, you know, I am fairly immune to them trying to get me to spend money. I do spend money, but it's not because they got me into the shop or they, you know, shoved something in my face. It's because I looked at it and went, that's actually really good for the money. So I'll take it. So over here we have quests. So this is kind of like the achievements from Mythic Heroes. You can do your dailies. And you get your little rewards for doing dailies. You've got your weeklies and you've got your achievements. So I'll progress through these as I'm doing my everyday stuff. Then I'll hit, my friends thing. I'll send my hearts to everyone, get back however many hearts people have sent to me. And then I will go over to my heroes and check and see if I can level anyone up. Right now I am trying to level up Argus. The character art in this game is fucking sick. Obviously this guy is very like Burning Crusade, Burning Legion inspired. His name is Argus. You know what I mean? You can see the World of Warcraft influence here. I'm waiting to get to where I can unlock skins because there are some pretty damn cool skins on these characters actually, and I don't know what they cost or anything yet because I'm not at 1825 where I can unlock any of these. So I don't know if they're like stupidly priced or what. In this game, skins do give bonuses, and I don't really like that, but it is what it is. So I'll log in and see if I can upgrade my character. Right now, I'm trying to get him to 120. I don't have enough XP, so that's fine. I can come back over here and hit up the market and go through and look and see if there's anything that I want to buy. So mainly, again, I'm in here looking for XP and stuff that I can get. Not really any good ways to get XP there. And then I'll come over to the suburb. So we have the campaign tab, which is where you progress through the story campaign. Then we have the suburb, which is where you do all your other stuff. So the tavern here is like the Fable Agora or whatever the hell it was called from Mythic Heroes. So you can send people out on missions. So for example, if we want to do crop observation, we need to send a light hero and an elemental hero, and they need to be a minimum of 3-star quality. So we can come in here for our list of heroes. We find a light hero, we find an elemental hero, and now we've checked all the boxes. We start this, and in 2 hours, we will get 49,000 gold. So this is how this works in the other game as well. So I'll come through and I will do as many of these as I can. Sometimes I don't meet the requirements for some of these. But the green ones here are super easy. So I'll queue these up. Argus, do they have a Sylvanas? I mean, probably something pretty close. So like right here, this requires a 2-star. This is the equivalent of a 7-star, I think. And the highest I have is a 6-star. So like I can't actually do this one. And I can't do this one either. And then they also have a team bounty, which is a bounty where you can queue up with, you have to use one of your units and one of your friends' units. So I need a 5-star blue, which I have here, and then I need a 5-star red from one of my friends. So, oops, I need a red one. There we go. And so I can queue up for that. And this, I don't have any 7 stars, so can't queue up for that one. So I'll hit the tavern. Okay. I've got the arena here as well, which we're going to do. I have the labyrinth, which I fucking love, and I hope I have available because I really want to showcase it on the video. It's my favorite thing about this game. And it's honestly the reason that I kind of keep playing. Overall, I like the characters and the team building and stuff too. But the labyrinth I really, really like. So we'll showcase a team battle here. Oh, yeah, I'll also grab the big pile of treasure. This is my idle rewards. I should have done this in the first place, because now I may have enough XP to level up Argus again. I do. So yeah, I got him to 120 after I collected my idle rewards. Awesome Tavern Bunny. Oh yeah. They got skins. If you want to see some... Alright, I'll show you my team. My team is Argus. Okay, Argus is my tank. And you can see over here, he is Dark Faction. He wears heavy equipment, and he's a tank. So he's got all this gear here. Then I have Amaterasu, who is an order character, light equipment, and a marksman. Okay, she's got a couple of skins too. I'll flip through the skins. I really like this skin. The skin is pretty cool. And then like the rest of my team is just hot chicks. So I've got Karina. Karina is a dark light equipment fighter. She's basically a rogue. She's almost the Sylvanas. You know, she's got a Christmas elf skin, and I love this skin. Oh my god, the skin's so cool. I want it. So I've got a tank, I've got a rogue, I've got a marksman, and then I have two mages. So I have Alice. And Alice is a dark light equipment mage. She's got a couple skins as well. She's got the bouncy boobs one. And then my last character is Selena. Selena is a dark light equipment mage as well. Couple of skins on her. I really like the Halloween one because I love how her little demon thing turned into a cat and a ghost. That's just awesome. Yes, way cool. I know, like the characters, like the further we get into this video, like the better the art's gonna get. Now, Mythic Heroes has skins, and they're okay. One thing I will say that I like about Mythic Heroes is your characters look like this on the screen, and they look like that in battle. For most of these games, they go to a slightly chibi version of themselves or a full-on chibi version of themselves, so this art doesn't directly translate to the game, and I don't love that, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, so let's jump in and we'll do a campaign match just so I can show how this is set up. So in this one, you have 3 lanes. Basically, you have front, mid, back, and you set up your characters where you want. So I have my tank in the front with my assassin. I got my marksman in the middle. Now, marksmen do better in the back, but because of her ability, I like her to be in the middle. And then I have my 2 mages in the back. So to do a quick run through of these characters. So Argus is a tank. And if you go to skills, you can see they all have 4 skills apiece. So they have a ultimate, and then they've got some passives. But basically, he does a big AoE cleave. Okay. Then we have Karina, who basically just does she teleports all over the place and beats the shit out of people. Selena mind controls people. And also at a certain point, I think she turns into a demon. Alice does a giant blood pool AoE that covers the entire battlefield and drains the life out of all your enemies. And then Amaterasu puts down this AoE that covers basically your side of the battlefield, depending on where you have her positioned. And I put her in the middle so it covers that whole side of the battleground. And then anytime an enemy attacks one of your characters that is in that area, they get shot with a fucking laser beam. Okay? So it's pretty cool. You'll see this stuff going off. I'll slow down the battle so you can see everything. All right, give me a second. Let me make sure I hit this. Okay, we're going to turn that off. We're going to put on the mechanics here. So this is going to do the fancy little cinematic when they use their ability. Oh, I turned it off auto, my bad. Okay, so here's Amaterasu. She's going to put this... Okay, they're all going off at the same time here. We'll have to do another battle. But you can see the circular yellow one was Amaterasu's. The big red one was Alice's. And then you could kind of see Karina was starting to really go in on people. So we'll do this again. I wanted to slow it down, but I meant to keep it on auto battle. So you see the yellow bar will build up and then they'll cast their ability. So we should have Selena. Oh, she died. Okay. Okay, so we got Amaterasu putting down her big circle. We got Karina about to teleport all over the place. Argus is going to do his big ass AoE. Boom, 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 boom. And then Alice is going to put out her giant blood pool. There we go. Everybody's dead. And then you can check out like the stats if you want and see like who did the most damage and everything like that too. But for the most part, I run these on full auto, full speed. So these go a little bit faster. I can't believe Selena died. Like, there must have been an assassin that dove back there. I wasn't really paying attention. So I may or may not run through a couple of these. Now in this one, if you keep progressing the campaign, you upgrade your idol values. So like if I beat this next fight, which is going to be a boss fight, I'll have 44, which means I'll get better rewards the next time I collect these idol rewards. So if I can, I try to get like at least one level a day if my characters are up for it. We should get to see everybody's ultimate now, since it's the boss battle. Takes me back to Succubus Minion and WoW. Oh yeah, that too. She does have that Succubus look. I'm assuming you're talking about Selena. Okay, so that's basically what I'll do. I leveled up to 44 for the idol rewards. Pretty cool. I'll jump into my quests, go ahead and collect these. The cool thing about this is once you hit 100 points, you have all the rewards for the day, and you can get to 100 without doing everything in this list. So you don't have to do every single daily quest to maximize your rewards, which is pretty cool. Okay, so then the Labyrinth is kind of like the Pantheon thing from Mythic Heroes. It's the same concept. It's a different style. Oh, and before we get into that, let me just run through real quick. So in this game, you have star level heroes. So you have below 3 stars, which just get used as resources. 3 stars are kind of like your common, you're just going to get a shit ton of them type of characters. 4-star characters are also pretty common. 5-star is basically the tier of characters that you actually want to try to get in your wishes, pulls, summons, whatever, and use to build your team. And you can progress them to higher stars. So like I got Argus as a 5-star and I've just progressed him up to a 6-star. Okay, so the Labyrinth. I have played a game called Runestone Keeper, which I really, really love. And this is basically Runestone Keeper gameplay. So what you're trying to do is progress through this dungeon. We're on floor 1. Over here on the left above my camera, you can see the different floors that we're trying to progress down. So we have a standard floor, boss floor, treasure floor, standard floor, boss floor, treasure floor, standard floor, boss floor, treasure floor. As you go through here, you're going to reveal tiles, and tiles can have enemies underneath. They can have rewards. They can have treasures, all kinds of stuff. As you reveal a tile, you make the other tiles next to it accessible. Also, there's different mechanics in here. Like, I've never seen these things. I don't know what these do. I have no idea. But these guys are revealed, which means they have a ability that's going to activate. So this guy, for every 2 tiles you flip, he's going to take 5% of the max HP off of your heroes. So you want to get to him as quick as you can and kill him. This guy I haven't seen before. Let's see. When another enemy dies, the ghoul will increase its damage by 15% and restore HP equal to 30% of its max HP. So you want to take him out as well. I also haven't seen this before. Add 3 materials listed in the recipes in the furnace to fuse one into one item. Yeah, I've never seen this before. So I just hit a phase where there's a lot of new stuff. So this should actually be pretty fun. But what we want to try to do is get over to these enemies. So let's click this one. I haven't seen this either. Okay, so this is for the forge. We're going to get 3 random elemental materials. Okay. I don't know. This slot has been sealed. Fuse holy light into the forge to remove the seal. Oh, so we have to forge this to remove all demonic seals on the current floor. Okay, so we fuse it. Click it. Okay, got it. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to reveal a tile, and then we're going to take 5% HP. Reveal a tile. Now we can kill this guy. It's going to boost this guy, but, you know, let's just do it. All right, we should be pretty, yeah, we're pretty high above this team in power, so let's just knock them out. Now, the thing about this mode, and we lost, did we lose the music? I feel like we kind of lost the music there. Sounds are still going. The thing about this mode is your heroes do not recover their health and stuff between battles. So for this entire dungeon, you have to manage your heroes' health and HP pool. So when we kill an enemy, we get a little question mark orb, and we can pick this up and we can choose an ability that's going to apply for the rest of the dungeon run. So for example, we can increase our lifesteal by 20. We can increase allied heroes' agility by 40 for 10 seconds when the battle starts. Or we can increase the damage of heroes that are equipped with medium equipment by 24%. My team, I'm running 1 heavy and 4 light, so this is kind of useless. Agility is good. I like to up the lifesteal to get like some of my health back when I'm fighting, so my health doesn't go down too far. So then we have a pile of the premium currency that we can just get from doing the dungeon. Okay, we got a smaller pile here. We have a bomb. We can take the bomb and we can throw it at an enemy, and it does 35% of the target's HP and damage. So we can do 35% HP to this guy. Now when we go into the battle, you're going to see they're all going to have a third of their health bar gone. Start the battle. That gives us a little bit of an edge. If you find enough bombs, you can just kill the enemy without having to fight them as well. So we did pretty good right there. Even though they had that boost of damage, like our team is just way over leveled for these early floors. So we're just crushing it. Okay, I don't have elemental heroes in here. Mid-row heroes, I only have the 1, but damage of heroes with light equipment equipped, plus 24%. And you can see all these with the check marks are ones that I'm actively using in my party right now. So they'll all my DPS will get 24% increased damage. That seems really, really good. Okay, I'm gonna just kind of click through here, reveal tiles, and see what we have. Okay, so we got a couple of things. So we have the freezing spell. We can use this on an enemy, and it will make it so that the enemy's traits don't work. So that initial guy up here who was every 2 tiles was taking off a percentage of our health, we can freeze him, and that ability will no longer work. Also, when you reveal an enemy, it locks all the tiles around them so that you can't click on them. If you freeze them, it will let you click on the tiles again. So that's what you can use that for. This looks like more of those elemental materials that we're collecting now in this new version of the dungeon, which I'm really liking. We got another bomb. We have all tiles revealed, so we know this is the last enemy. So we might as well use the bomb on him. These little portals here will allow us to draft a unit that we can use for this dungeon as a party member. And then once we're done with the dungeon, it goes away. But it's pretty cool. You can click on them and check out the little hero animation, see what they are, see their abilities and stuff like that if you want. And then you could pick one to draft. I'm going to just pick him because he's got a fucking giant red snake, and that's cool as shit. And then we're going to draft her. And then we got another element. So we're going to finish him off. All right, let's do this battle. Once you kill the right enemy, you're going to get a key, which is going to unlock the next floor. So let's get our last little buff here. Let's see. We're going to do increase defense because we do need that defense later on. We don't need it right now. But for every battle that we win after we get this, which is pretty early on, we'll increase our defense, which can be increased up to 12%. So we're going to grab that, and then we're going to hit the next floor. So this is going to be another floor here, but this time it's going to have a boss on it. Now we have one of these guys again, the 5% health guys, and then we have this totally new priest up here. For every 3 paving tiles flipped, it heals all enemies for 15% of their max HP. That I don't really care about too much, because I will just kill the priest first if I can. After this guy. This guy I want to get to. So we're going to go 1, 2. He's going to hit us. And then we're just going to wipe this guy off the board. So what do you think of this mode so far, Desert? Ooh, my succubus chick, Selena there. Okay, she took a big hit, but she actually healed up quite a bit of it. That guy yanked her over there. I was a little afraid for a minute there. Let's see. I like this one. Increase the energy regeneration speed of the hero by 70% for every battle or every enemy they kill till the end of the battle. This effect can be stacked. So this is cool. Energy regen. Energy is what they need to cast their abilities. So it means as they kill people, they progressively start casting their abilities more and more and more. So we're going to beeline straight for this priest and just knock this priest out. 87. We've got 112. So we should do pretty well here. Selena is taking some mad damage, though. She's healing up quite a bit. Not Selena, sorry, Karina, our assassin. Oh yeah, we did pretty good. She did take a chunk of health damage there. I'm really looking for a healing ability. Let's see. Let's go with allied heroes have their agility increased by 24. Yeah, let's go with that one. All right, let's hit these tiles. Nothing there. I kind of like to go around, just hit the border. All right, so this is the guy that when an enemy dies, he gets boosted, right? Yeah. Okay, so we just want to kill him first, basically. So we got this boomerang. This boomerang, you can throw it at an enemy and it'll bounce to 2 other enemies. It'll deal damage and then less damage to the other enemies. So you'll see, we'll do a nice chunk here and then a little less. Oh, it kind of, maybe, I don't know why I did more to this guy. Okay, let's jump in. Kill off this guy. I like this dungeon mode. The strategy aspect appeals to me. Yeah, like I said, there's a couple games. I think, I can't remember one of them, but Runestone Keeper is a game that uses this mechanic really well. And I played that game 20 plus hours, and it's just an indie game. And so to have that in this is pretty cool. All heroes alive regenerate 25% lost HP after battle. That is what I was looking for. Keep our health topped off. Okay, so let's see what we have at the Forge. So we have Resurrect a Hero, deal damage equal to 25% of the target's max HP to all enemies on the floor, eliminate an enemy, flip all paving tiles on the current floor, 2 of the next enemies defeated are bound to drop epic blessings, and place ladders in all the hidden tunnels of the current floor, enabling the exploration of hidden tunnels. Huh. I want to do this one. We're about to kill 2 enemies, so to get 2 epic blessings would be pretty sick. So let's kill this guy. Damn, that rhino was pretty tough. Okay, so crit rate, martial heroes HP, I'm not using any. That's one of the factions. Let's go crit rate. That seems pretty good. So down here, we can check our status and we can look at the health of our heroes that we're using. We can also check the different blessings that we currently have. Let's go in and fight this guy. Hopefully Karina doesn't die. Oh, Karina is super low. Damn. I need to probably switch her position. Okay, so we unlocked the door. That should mean that was the last enemy. Increased Dark Heroes attack by 30%. That's almost my whole team. We're taking that. Okay, cool. So this little plant here will either revive a character, give us energy, or heal HP. We're going to heal HP to keep Karina in the game. All right, this floor is just a giant treasure chest. So it gives us a bunch of rewards. All right, and then we go down to the next floor, and we're going to repeat this 3 times, basically. All right, let's go ahead and kill this guy off, because, you know, his ability is super annoying. Oh, we got an assassin in the back trying to take down Alice. It's not going to work. All right, that was a pretty good battle, pretty good. So we're going to start blowing through this. Let's do this one. This is going to boost the defense of Argus and Karina, and also their lifesteal when they're on the enemy side of the battlefield, which they will be pretty often. You got this goblin. You can kind of buy some stuff from him, but I usually don't. It all seems pretty expensive. All right, we got a resource. Okay, more resources. We got a bomb. We will go ahead and use it on him. We can recruit a couple of characters from the teleports, so let's do that. We'll kill this guy so he doesn't get the boost from us killing the other guy. And your team comp in this game really does make a difference. Like the game animation. Yeah, the animation, I think in all the games here is pretty good. This one, I do like the special skills and abilities a lot. It's definitely one of the better ones. Cookie Run Kingdom has really good animations. This one does. A couple of the other games that we do, we're going to check out do as well. Let's do this one. All right. Battle it up. I'm going to take the opportunity during some of these battles to rest my voice. Karina's down to 50% HP. I forgot to switch her position. All right, we didn't get the key, so we do have another enemy in here somewhere. There we go. All right, let's put her there and see if maybe she takes a little less damage. I think the front top spot is the tank spot, but I'm not sure. I mean, she's just healing herself up a lot with the lifesteal is really what it comes down to. Let's see. So we do have the forge. We don't have anything we can really do with it though, so we're just gonna keep going. All right, boss floor. We got another one of these ding dongs. Let's go ahead and freeze it. Then we don't have to worry about it. Okay, we got a normal enemy there. We got the forge here. We got some elements. Normal enemy there. Can we make anything? I kind of want to save these for this last boss floor to help us get through like when we really need it. Like right now we're doing okay, so I think like we just keep fighting battles normally and then we save all of our resources for the last floor and use the forge there to kill a bunch of enemies. Do you play this one on mobile mostly? Wondering because I'm on my cell mostly these days. I do this one on both. So Cookie Run Kingdom, this game, Mythic Heroes, and also Blue Archive, which we'll look at. I have all those on my phone. I play it on both. I like playing this one on the computer as well because it does it does scale pretty well on the screen. Not every mobile game does. A lot of them do, but not not all of them do. We're going to use the bomb on the 120. I'm going to go ahead and kill off this one. I feel like Karina is taking less damage being in that front bottom spot. Just look at her. She's over there just like wrecking shit. She is hitting, her ultimate is super low cost, so she's just doing it over and over and over again. I guess we're going to go with that one. All right, let's go in. This is the boss. Okay, so this is the boss. Yeah. I think we'll be okay. See how it goes. As soon as we kill one enemy, we're just gonna start snowballing really hard. And see how many times our ultimates are going off? Because we have that thing where every time we kill an enemy, it speeds up energy regen. Okay. We're gonna do heal the... I'm just gonna keep going in on the healing here. Oh, okay. Let's see. Do we need to heal anyone? Everybody's doing pretty okay. I think we're gonna go with the energy. All right, then we go down to the chest, get our rewards again. I have lost a battle before in here, and when you do that, you have an item you can use to resurrect your heroes. Oh, these are the floors with the ladders. Huh. I kind of want to try that. Well, let's see. What is this thing? Okay, for every 3 paving tiles flipped, this enemy will boost the damage of all enemies by 15%. Hell no, you won't. No, you dying right now. We are not having that here. Yeah, I don't think so. Ooh, no, shit. Alice died. And she was the MVP. Damn. Ah, so Alice died. So we can either resurrect her or... Ah, damn. That sucks. Let's see if we can find a thing and resurrect her. I'd like to bring her back. She's just really good. I know the Forge could resurrect someone. We only have 1 blue, and I want to get 2 blues and do the hidden tunnels if possible. So, okay, so we're just gonna swap Alice out, I guess. We'll use one of our other characters. We've got her. We'll throw her in here. She's also a dark mage, so we'll just swap her in for Alice, and yeah, we'll use her for now. This is part of the reason you get the heroes. And you try to get ones that are going to synergize with your team in case one of your team members goes down. You can swap people in. And yeah, she just fucking beasted that shit. 142,000 damage. That's not too... I mean... What? Selena's the MVP. You can't see it. It's behind me. Damn shamans, so sneaky. Yeah, they got that ghost wolf form, you know. Let's see, light heroes, blessings. Okay, we're gonna go light equipment again. Hey, okay. Nope, that's just a heal. Damn. All right, let's freeze this guy. Let's grab. We're gonna grab the dark hero just in case another one of our dark heroes goes down. We're going to grab anybody out of here is fine. We'll grab her. Hit this dude with the boomerang. And then we'll come in and finish him off and get our key. Not Alice. She was so young and beautiful. I think she's actually the main bad guy in the game. Like in the campaign. At least as far as I've gotten, she's the main bad guy. Or girl. You know, whatever. I apologize if my audio is crackly. It does this occasionally on the emulator. Let's increase Dark Heroes HP. Let's give everybody a heal. We did not get enough for the Forge. So I'm going to keep saving. As much as I want to explore this, I'm going to keep saving so we can use it hopefully on the next floor. We do have a Forge. We got to get over to it. So this is the guy that increases damage when other enemies are killed. So let's just get rid of him. Ooh, 206k versus 208. We might want to explore a little more first if we can. See if we can get a power up. Oof. Okay, we're just gonna have to go in and kill this guy. All right, guys, I'm counting on you. Please don't wipe my whole damn team. Is the audio crackly? I can quit out and load back in real quick. Okay, we did pretty okay there. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump back into this. Just clear out the audio. Yeah, this game went all in on the sexy characters. It did not hold back. All right, there we go. All right, so what do we get here? Dark Hero HP. Let's take it. Let's freeze this guy. That's going to give us access to the Forge. Hey, we got the water, so we could explore if we wanted to. Let's see how many enemies we're gonna... Okay, so we do have a couple of extra enemies here, but we have a heal. Let's go ahead and let's get rid of this one. Yeah, this should be an okay battle. 176. No, it's good. It was crackling in my headphones. We might lose Karina here. Yep, we did. And we might lose Amaterasu. Wow, that is a lot. That is so much damage coming through. Holy shit. Okay. Dark Heroes. Let's do this one. Okay, we're going to do the 50% heal. Now, our options with 2 water are the ladders, the 2 enemies dropping epic blessings, which right now we have this one and the boss. So we're only going to get 1 more blessing either way. So not worth it. 1 water will give us flip paving tiles, which we don't need. Regen, full HP, don't need resurrection. Okay, so we are going to do the hidden tunnels. Was that not it? Are these not tunnels? I thought these were tunnels. Oh my gosh. What a fucking waste. Well, now I know better. I also forgot the Forge can only do one thing. Ah, shit. Okay, so we need a new assassin. I think he's an assassin. We'll put him in. Yeah, this should be okay. See what happens. Alright, all we gotta do is successfully beat the boss. Ooh, which I don't know. We got some low characters here. Dodge. Okay, a shield seems pretty good. Alright, 245k. Okay, let's see. We're gonna take her out, and we're gonna swap in this guy. Argus, I mean, he's our tank. We're going to see if we can get it with this. We're 249 versus 245. And we get a heal when we start. All right, come on. Oh, shit. Our mage in the back is dead. Our mage in the middle is... Ooh, there goes a snake. Oh, snap. Okay. We're, the charm coming in clutch. Selena with the charm. She's dead. Oh, shit. Kill that fatso on the bottom. There we go. All right, get Lancelot. He's down. Okay, we got one left. Whoa! Got it. Okay. Well, we made it. So we're heading into the last treasure chest. Okay, cool. So as you defeat the labyrinth, you get labyrinth coins, which you can spend in the dungeon shop. And in the dungeon shop, you can buy copies of the heroes, copies of different heroes. So I thought she was pretty cool, you know. Vexana. I kind of want to purchase her, but I don't know. I'm trying to build up a different... So I have basically a dark team and I have a tech team. I'm trying to build up my light, elemental, and martial teams. So I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to check out a tier list or something and see if I can purchase someone for a different team. Even though I do think Vexana was really cool, I kind of am set on my dark team at the moment. So yeah, that's the labyrinth. This is, you get to do this like every 2 days. Apparently I am maxed out on the gold per hour thing, so let's use like, I don't know, 19 of them. Get a bunch of gold, grab that from the bag. Okay, so there's a couple other things that you can do in here. You have the Akashic Ruins, which is kind of like an adventure mode on a map, which I'm not going to play through here. Because it'll take a significant amount of time. And this is not something you have to do every day. You just do this at your own pace. So the last thing I'll do is I'll jump in. I don't have any heroes to level right now because I can't level them up any further. So what I'm going to do is my last thing here is to jump into the arena and to do my free battles for the day. I've got 4 battles. I've got 89,000 power, so I usually just hit somebody who's below me. Skip. It's just going to skip through so I don't have to watch these, and I can basically just farm this real quick. All right. 75. So this is, I like that this respects my time because I want to do the PvP, but I don't care to watch it. I got one more battle left. We'll battle Tamika. Alright, so that was all my free arena stuff. I increased my rank, got some victories, and that's pretty much it. Last thing I might do is come over and see if I want to, you know, do some wishes or something like that. Over here at the wishing shrine, which I don't really care to at the moment, so I'm just kind of saving up my my resources. So go over to my quests. I need to do one more to get my 100 points so I can get idle rewards 2 times. So if I come over here, just grab these again, hit OK. That will give me what I need to finish out my dailies. That also gives you 1 summon ticket that you can use. So we'll do this one. Draw something and skip. So we just got like a low level unit that gets shredded. And that is pretty much Mobile Legends Adventure. Big fan. Big fan of it. Like I said, the selling point for me is the labyrinth. Okay. The Tower of Babel is pretty cool. It's the one that forces you to build teams from different factions and stuff. So that you can't just use your main like campaign and arena team in here. You have to diversify. The Akashic Ruins is also pretty cool. It's like a big map and you move around the map and pick up treasure chests and solve puzzles and stuff and get into battles, which is pretty cool. You got the Realm of Legends, which is the same thing, but it is... I think I've already done this one. I don't know if I can zoom out. Yeah, I can. So there's like a map that you travel around and solve puzzles and stuff, but I already did this level. I got all the treasure chests in it, so I'm waiting for the next one. And then there's some kind of boat over here. which I have not gotten anywhere close to. You need 2335, and I am on 15.6. So I'm pretty far away in the campaign from this. So quite a bit that you can do in here. And like I said, this one is pretty comparable to Mythic Heroes. It's just, you know, it's different enough that I can play them both, but it's also similar enough that you can get the same kind of stuff from just one of them if you only wanted to play one of them. I just happen to like both of them. And because both of them are so respectful of your time in the sense that you can skip battles and just kind of blow through things. And when you're doing maintenance, I keep up with both of them just so I can participate in the events. It may get to the point where I have to drop one of these because I'm playing too many other games. And at that point, I don't know which one I'll drop, honestly. I don't know if I could decide right now. I tend to like the events in Mythic Heroes a little bit better based on what I've seen. But I like the, you know, like the labyrinth and stuff like that in this a lot better. Did I pick up a piece of gear or something? Yeah, I guess I picked up a piece of gear that was an upgrade. Okay, so Cookie Run Kingdom, Mythic Heroes, and Mobile Legends Adventures are all games that I have on maintenance mode. I've basically played the bulk of all the beginner experience where you can play for hours and hours and hours. And I'm at the point now where all I really am doing is logging in every day, doing my daily stuff, and waiting for events. And when an event comes around, then I can like go hard and play the game for, you know, a couple days, do everything that the event has to give me, and then go back into maintenance mode. And in maintenance mode, I kind of plateau. Then I get enough stuff to go up to the next level and maybe grind out some more campaign levels or get a higher arena ranking or something like that. But that's what I mean by maintenance mode. And those three games are in maintenance mode for me. So what we're going to move into next is the games that I'm playing that are either new or I'm still in that big chunk of like new player stuff where if I wanted to, I could sit down and play these games that we're going to be looking at for literally like 8-10 hours, probably every day if I wanted to. So we're going to get into these. But before I jump into that, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I've been streaming for I don't know how long at this point. Does it tell me? I thought it told me somewhere. A while. So I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then we're going to jump into these. I'm going to go ahead and have one of them booting up. So we're going to check out Revived Witch. So this just came out on Wednesday. Brand new. So everybody is in the beginning of this game. I haven't unlocked a whole lot into it. So really all I'm going to do is showcase the basics, showcase the gacha and the idol aspects, introduce the combat, and then we're going to move on. So I'll boot this one up. I will be right back. Like I said, going to go AFK for just a second, use the restroom, grab a drink, and then I'll be back. And we'll jump into basically the next half of this. Okay, I am back. Let's get the camera back on. So every game we're going to look at for the rest of the stream is developed or published in part by Yostar. And Yostar is a company that has amazing artwork, is fairly free-to-play friendly, and just has exceptional quality to their games. And the majority of the games have more deep gameplay than what you've seen so far. Okay, and what I mean by that is in some of these idle games, you can literally just like level the shit out of your characters, and if you're overpowered, you just win, right? A lot of the Yostar games, you can do that to a degree, but in a lot of cases, you actually have to employ strategy, not just necessarily in the team building, but in the actual gameplay itself as well. And you'll see that. Revived Witch, I think, is the least of these so far based on what I've seen. But this is another one that's got gorgeous artwork. This is actually a pixel art game. So if you like pixel art style graphics, which I happen to like, then this is a cool one. There's not a whole lot to do in this game right now for me daily because I haven't unlocked everything. I'm still progressing through the main campaign, and there's a lot of stuff I just haven't unlocked. So I get my daily login rewards. Okay. When we're in here, I'm going to move myself over to here. And I'll just stick myself over here. Okay, so log in, get your login rewards. Pretty cool graphics, pretty cool artwork. Speaking of time, I want to say thanks for showcasing the games. Keeps it fresh for me and gives me some new options. Know you're a busy guy. I just want to say thanks. Hey, no problem. I mean, like, I only showcase this stuff because I want to share the stuff that I'm excited about with you guys. And I honestly hope that, people that watch this will give some of these games a chance and be able to talk to me about them on Discord. Be able to, be my friend in the game. So, when friend-based stuff does come up, we can help each other out. That kind of stuff. And if people really enjoy any of these games, they're games that I'm playing enough to make guides and content for, and I'd like to do that. So, I appreciate you checking them out and anybody else who ends up watching these. So yeah, got your gorgeous pixel art here. You can swap out the character that's over here. So we got our account level. We can go to the shop. We can get our free pack of the day that gets us into the shop because you know how that goes. I already talked about that. Then we have gifts, which is our login rewards and stuff. If we have that, this does have some sort of a battle pass. I'm not really sure if it's worth picking up or anything like that yet. Like I said, I don't know too much about what's going on here with the game in terms of like, there's just a lot I haven't. It's been out since Wednesday. You know what I mean? And I've worked Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I have all these other games that I keep up with. So this is definitely the one I'm the least into so far. Okay, so in this game, your heroes are called dolls. And they have a pretty awesome artwork. Okay. Your dolls have different ratings. Right, so just like we talked about before, so if we look at rarity, you have, much like Mythic Heroes, you have your rares, you have your SRs, you have your SSRs, and then you have your ultra rares, okay? Now, the difference between Yostar games and the other games that we've looked at previously is in Yostar games, you can legitimately, not only are you able to play with the rare and the super rare characters in the game, it's actually encouraged that you do so in many cases, okay? So I don't want to make it sound like you can beat the game with these, but you don't want to. It's like, no, it's perfectly valid to use the lower rarity characters as main characters because they're good and they're fun, okay? Moving up to the higher tier characters, they may be stronger, but it's kind of like if you need to do this much to have fun in the game and beat the game and not have it feel like a slog and a challenge, you can get there with those regular tier characters. But if you get the rarer ones, like it might just, it might make the game like a lot easier or give you more interesting mechanics and that kind of stuff. So like I have a bunch of SSR characters, and I think I'm using one of them right now. I think I'm using her because boobs. I am using her. So she is a Guardian. Okay, so Guardian is basically a tank. You got different classes in here: Guardians, Assassins, Healers, Witches, Destroyers, Compellers, and Mages. So she is my tank. And then I think I'm using her. She's my healer. Okay, and she's an SR. Also, I just fucking love the artwork. Literally with these characters, you can see their pixel art down here. I just fucking love the artwork on these two characters. It's amazing. And then I think my third character right now is actually just the Witch, which is the main character. And it's because I didn't know if I could swap her out or needed to swap her out. And you can swap her out. So I might end up swapping her out for a different type of DPS character. So I have another tank here. That's my ultra rare. I have a mage. Let's see. Who else do I have? I got an assassin, healer, compeller, healer, destroyer. I did like Hilda and the whole destroyer vibe. I thought it was pretty fucking cool. And again, this is going to be a team building and synergy thing that I'm not going to have the expertise to really screw around with. So I think I might just throw in the mage and see how she does and kind of go from there. So let's go ahead and boost her up. This game uses mana as the main currency for everything. So there aren't 8 million different currencies. There's just one. So we're going to boost her to level 10. Then we're going to go ahead and boost my tank up to level 10 as well. All right, and then we're also going to boost my healer to level 10. Just kind of everybody on even footing. Hilda looks badass. Which one's Hilda? I can't just see their names. It's gonna drive me crazy. She's the destroyer, right? Yeah, she does look badass. They have different skins for these characters in here, but they don't show you what they are. I know the L2D is like a animated 2D model. You can see it for the witch, I think. So she has her original model, which is just a picture, and then the L2D is one that kind of moves around. There's some other ones as well for some of the characters, but you can't preview them. So is what it is. Loving the tank too. Yeah, I just like the artwork in this is really cool. I like it a lot. For this one, it's a little hit and miss for me. For some of them, like she's okay. She kind of looks like a generic Final Fantasy character. Like she doesn't look bad at all, but she doesn't look like awesome. Same thing with like this character, just kind of like very generic anime. But then you have characters like her. Like she just looks cool as shit. You have like the tank. Maybe I just have a thing for the black hair. I don't know. Well, that's not true. I like the pink hair too, I guess. But there's some pretty cool ones, and some of them look kind of generic. So anyway, we'll throw the team together. You've got your summon here. Whoa, she is fucking cool, dude. I love the like slightly crazy, like the Harley Quinn, Jinx from League of Legends kind of stuff. Gorvaig, that's such a crazy name. Trying to open my drink and I'm like really struggling here. I didn't want there to be a loud pop, so hold on. There we go. Okay. I have been actually... so this is a rotating summon. It only lasts for like 2 days. And it rotates through different heroes. So you can see she's the one that's up. Man, she just looks fucking cool. So she's here the 14th through the 16th. And then the exclusive summon lasts a little longer, 10th to the 23rd. And I have been trying to get this one. Solania, Azure Archer of the Wind. She looks so fucking cool. Like, she looks like Princess Mononoke, right? She just looks amazing. I've been trying to get her. I've been dumping all my summons into trying to get her. But what I'm actually doing right now is I'm trying to save up enough currency to do the discounted 10 summon here, which I wouldn't mind using on her, because she looks really cool. Crazy is fun. Sometimes. And then, also there's the, this is the generic one that you can summon on all the time. The kind you want to avoid, basically. Okay, so there is a lot of stuff in this game I have not unlocked. I want to re-emphasize that. A lot that I have not unlocked. We got the commission board. So the commission board is kind of like your daily quests and stuff. You have a rotating cycle on here. You have the workshop, which is where you can improve your gear. So your characters do equip gear in this. And then you have your formation. So this is where you can set up your battle formation. So I'm going to go in and take... let's change out the witch. And we're going to put in our mage. Firm. So we got our mage, healer, and then we got our tank in the front. Backup dolls, I'm not sure what they're used for, but they gain XP. So I've just been leaving them in here until I figure out what the hell they're actually used for. So we got them in here. Now for each character, they're going to have a two different abilities usually. So they're going to have a light skill or order. They call it order, an order skill. Okay. In the battle, you generate order passively, and then you spend it to cast an ability. So once you get 3 points of order, you can cast her Vermilion Feather ability, which is a support ability that targets all allies. For the next 10 seconds, all damage that's dealt to allies gets redirected to Luan, who also gains a blessing. The blessing reduces damage taken by 20% and restores 6% of max health per second. So kind of like her tanky ability. Now, as you spend order points, you will generate chaos points. And each character has a chaos ability. And the chaos abilities, are used with chaos points. And in this case, she has Flaming Phoenix. It's a magic attack that hits all enemies. It deals damage, magic damage equal to 270% of her attack to all enemies and dispels their buffs. Also applies a stack of soul burn to the target for 8 seconds, which reduces their magic defense by 100 and can stack up to 5 times. So that's what we have going on with her. We've got a protective order ability, and then we've got a like a buff cleanser and damage dealing ability for the chaos. Okay, if we go over to our healer, where are you at, Miss Healer? Okay, so our healer, her chaos or order ability is just a heal that heals all allies for 144% of attack. And then her chaos ability is a magic attack that hits all enemies, does damage equal to 180% of attack to all enemies, and places brilliance on all allies for 10 seconds. Brilliance, when dealing physical damage, inflicts extra physical damage equal to 24% of her attack. Probably not good with the 2 magic damage people that I have, but like I said, team building, I'm new to the game. I just saw her and was like, she's cool, put her in. Now, the thing about this is you can just use her heal to generate chaos points and not worry about, actually using her Starfall ability. But yeah, she's probably better on a physical damage team, right? Seems pretty obvious to me now. Now I'm like, shit, I need a different healer. But that's where that team building comes in, using what you have, all that kind of stuff. Do we have a better healer? She probably does something. Okay, we got to level her up first. To get her skill. All right, so then I've never used her, so we're going to see what she has. Her order ability, Storm of Nature, is a magic attack, hits all enemies, hits them 3 times, dealing magic damage equal to 60% of attack. And then we're going to have to level her up to get her Chaos ability, which we can do right here. Let's go ahead and do that. So we got Starlight Wrath. Let's check this out. Magic attack that hits all enemies. Summons the power of the stars, dealing magic damage equal to 120% attack 3 times to a random target, and applies Soul Disperse to the enemy for 10 seconds. Reduces magic defense by 5% of her attack up to 50%. Okay. So yeah, our healer probably needs to be swapped out long term, or we need to switch to a physical damage team in order to utilize her. Like I said, I have been trying to get the archer here, who is a physical damage character. So if I happen to get the archer, I could maybe build out a physical team that way. We'll see. So we're going to jump into adventure. We're in chapter 2. Just started chapter 2, so like I said, not very far at all. We got our team ready to go. Now, I'll show you the one thing about this game so far that annoys me. That is that you have to do this manual exploration. And honestly, there's not a lot going on in this. And I feel like currently it's more trouble than it's really worth. And I wish that I didn't have to do this. I wish I could just click through, but it is what it is. Let's go over and attack this mushroom. So this comes up with the battles, Final Fantasy style. We're going to cancel auto. So we can choose our ability. Let's use our magic AoE. We're going to heal up our team. We're generating these chaos points. So this just goes into full like Final Fantasy style. Right? So if you kind of got it on the left side, there's the order bar. We build up points. We cast our left side abilities, which are the order abilities. As we do that, we build up the right side, which is the purple side, which gives us the chaos. And then we can spend the chaos on our chaos abilities. Now we can run this full auto if we want to. I'm still kind of doing this stuff manually as much as possible, just so that I can get a feel for what the characters do. Now, I've already been to 2-1, so why am I in 2-1? Shouldn't I be in 2-2? Like, I've already beaten 2-1. I'm going to see if I can jump into 2-2. Oops. Okay, so it gave me back some stamina because I didn't finish the level. Okay, so we should be... Oh, okay. I made it part of the way through. Got it. So there was a second section, so I should have just stayed in. Oh well, that's my bad. Now, I have seen a couple of YouTubers that are farther along than me, and there is quite a few mechanics and things to unlock here that I'm pretty excited to see. So I am looking forward to getting further in this game. I've got today and tomorrow off, so chances are that is what I'm going to be doing, is trying to progress a little further. I think I need to go through that mushroom, if I remember correctly. So we're going to go through and fight that mushroom again. Get our little broom buff. It's a little speed buff we can use. Alright. Alright, so we're building it up. I'm basically using our mage's ability to just AoE cast on these guys. And then using her chaos to just clear them out, because they're not doing a lot of damage to us. I'm not worried about using the tank abilities because they're not doing that much damage. You know what I mean? I'm gonna move me up here. This. Okay. All right, so I have, like I said, I kind of cleared out this area already. And this was the second part, which is where I wanted to go. So I need to finish out this second part and then we'll be able to continue. I have never fought this enemy before. It charged right at me. All right, so we're going to build up. We're going to cast our AoE from our mage. That gives us 2 points. Cast again, and then basically just hit our chaos. Like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good AoE clear, honestly. Like, we don't even need our tank and our healer. All right, so this is telling me up here in the map corner that there's 3 treasure chests that I haven't gotten in this area. So we can open this. I feel like the controls on this would work a lot better actually on the phone. But I haven't decided yet whether or not this is a game that I want to put on my phone. I'm just not sure. I'm still testing it out and seeing if it's like worthy of being played. We'll do a heal and then we'll AoE. Oh wow, those slimes are pretty resistant to magic damage. That makes sense. They usually are. Just like the feathery outfit and stuff. Super cool. Getting pretty good XP out of this. Some of the characters already hit like level 12. Alright, let's open that chest. You can see like there's 3 chests in here and some enemies. I feel like they could have automated a lot of this. Like, I think the character artwork for dialogue is really good. And I have been reading the story for this one. It's been pretty easy to digest so far. Not a whole ton of story. It's like, you know, just a couple sentences every now and again. Okay. This creeper has been like following us around. Okay, we got the pot, which we needed for a different quest. This gives us mana, which, like I said, is kind of that universal currency. We use it to level up our characters, to level up our weapons. Oh, we do have kind of like a little boss going here. Let's do a heal. Let's do an AoE. We got those slimes in the back. Ooh, didn't quite have time. Got some kind of achievement there. Monster Hunter. Looks like a good game for mobile. I agree. Like I said, you can auto through if you want. I'm just again, I don't want to like bash the game at all for this exploration. It's not, as you can see, it's not that big of a deal. It's not, you know, not the end of the world to have to do this, but I just feel like it's not really necessary. Okay, so then we move on to 2-2. Like I said, I just kind of wanted to showcase this one. There's not a whole lot that I'm doing because there's a bunch of stuff that I haven't unlocked yet. So this is just one to keep an eye on. As I play more, hopefully I'll come and make another video on this with like an update. So here I needed to find this pot. I can go ahead and complete this and get my rewards for that. I've got a commission, so a daily that I did here. Cool. It's telling me I've got a new adventure chapter I can complete. Pretty much good to go. So this is Revived Witch. If you are interested in it, it just came out, so pretty good time to jump in and check it out. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. So the next one we're going to take a look at is Arknights. So Arknights is another one by Yoastar. Arknights, again with Yoastar, is going to be free-to-play friendly. It's going to have great artwork. It's going to have some pretty in-depth gameplay. Like I said, Revive Witch is much closer to like an idle game than the other Yoastar games that we're going to look at, in the sense that you can just kind of auto through and you'll do perfectly fine, especially if your team's a little bit over-leveled. These next 3 games, you can do that, but you have to be pretty overpowered. For the most part, you're going to need to manage your stuff as best as you can. And actually do the gameplay by hand. So Arknights is a gacha. It has some limited idle components to it. And the gameplay for this one is tower defense. But it's an interesting sort of tower defense. And as far as this one goes, I am still progressing through this as a beginner. I do a few things sort of maintenance style, but this is one that is more complicated, so I'm still learning a lot about the game. And at this point, I couldn't really consider it to be in maintenance mode because I have, like, if you see this 300 something sanity out of a max of 86, that should let you know that I'm definitely not in maintenance mode because I have so much excess sanity, or this is basically the stamina of the game, that if I wanted to, I could run like 30 missions right now. And 30 missions would take quite a while in this game. But generally what I'm doing when I log in here is I'm hopping over to the store. I'm grabbing my credits that I get for free every day, checking to see if I want to spend something over here, which I'll buy this LMD. This is kind of like the gold or cash currency for the game. We're going to go over to recruitment. This is how you summon or pull or wish in this game. It's one of the ways you can do that. So we'll go ahead and skip through here. We got Spot, good old defender. And then we should be getting a Vanguard here. We got Vanilla. So you can come in here and you can spend these recruitment permits and some cash to try to recruit for somebody. And this is kind of a way to let you recruit or summon or wish for someone without spending the limited currency you get. Okay. So I'll come in. The base is kind of where your idle stuff happens. So you build up a base and you get different rewards for this. This is definitely a lot more complicated than the other games that we've been looking at, and something that I'm still really, really learning about at this point. So right now I'm kind of just doing what I know to do at the moment. And putting this on the back burner of like, I need to, really dive into the tutorials or look up the YouTube videos or something to learn all this stuff. So I'm just going to click through here without like really explaining anything, because I honestly don't know enough to feel comfortable like explaining it on my own. So we're going to click through and just get rid of some of these notifications and stuff. Okay. Much as possible. There's a lot of stuff here that I can't get rid of because I don't know what I'm doing, really. I do what I know to do, and if I run into something I'm not sure about, I just kind of move on with my life. So these are the characters. Really fantastic artwork in this game as well. So you do have pretty cool characters in here. Your characters do have, again, skins. Different types of skins that they can get. But you can see that this is what the character looks like on the menus and everything, and this is what the character looks like in game. So they do a pretty hardcore chibi version of the character. I still think that overall the character models and stuff translate pretty well from this art to chibi. I would like it more if they looked more like this in general, but I just think that I'm perfectly fine with the way that the characters look on here. So for example, here's Hoshiguma. On here, she's got this kind of Ronin look as well. And I mean, it's a distinct difference. I think they do a good job of not just like making your character's outfit red. You know what I mean? Like on here, she's got all black. Here, she's got like, pants, boots, a sword, like the, Oni sort of belt thing going on there. Some pretty cool stuff too. Have to step away if I don't make it back before you finish the stream. Have a great weekend. Thanks again for the showcase of new games. I'll probably still be here for a pretty good while. I've got this and 2 other games at least to showcase, and I really wanted to get them all in before I end up moving. So chances are I'll probably be here for another hour and a half, 2 hours, I would imagine. So if you do come back before then, cool. If not, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, and the VOD will be here later. So Okay, so in this game, you've got your rarities. So again, this is a Yo-Star game. So for the most part, the cheaper units are actually pretty feasible to use for a long time, and you're encouraged to do so. Not so much the 1 and 2 stars here. You can use them early on. You can use them to fill a gap if you're missing characters or something. But for the most part, starting with your 3 stars, which are pretty cheap, you can use these for a fairly long time. And they're really easy to get, really easy to level up. Then you have your 4 stars and your 5 stars, which are kind of your bread and butter units of the game that you can use, that are a step above 3 stars and are really what you want to work towards for a large portion of your team, is having, about half your team or 2/3 of your team be 4 and 5 star characters. Then you have 6 star characters, which are the super rare ones that are harder to get hold of. I only have 2 of them right now, and these require a lot of resources and stuff to power up, but they are also fairly powerful as well in exchange. So you don't want to have a whole team of 6 stars, because you really won't have the resources to progress all your characters the way you need to if you're having to invest so heavily into these high tier characters. So you want a pretty good mix, maybe 1 or 2 6 stars, a couple of different 4 and 5 stars, and then also some 3 stars in there to fill in for some spots as well. When you get copies of characters in this game, you can use them to increase the potential of the character, which gives them a bonus depending on how high their potential is. So right here, you'll see DP cost -1. Don't worry about that. Just know, that's the bonus. The next time we'll get a redeployment time -4. So here I am increasing the potential of those 2 characters I just got, because I got copies of them and I already had them. To go. So we come in here. Missions is where you're going to find your daily quest, weekly quest, and your campaign missions. So I'll come over and just hit all these. I really wish this had a claim all button. I think that is coming. I think I saw somewhere in the news they were saying that they were going to be putting in a claim all button, which will be great because you don't have to click through all these. And then so going into this, you have your headhunt, which is where you find your banners. So you have basically a standard banner, or like a beginner banner, and then after that you either have featured banners or you have just a standard banner. So what I'm working on right now is I've got 2 of these, and these will guarantee a 5-star or higher operator within the first 10 rolls that you do, the first 10 times that you headhunt. So I am trying to get my 5 stars from both banners, and then I'm probably just going to move on with my life from there. So I've done 4 rolls on this one, and I haven't gotten a 5-star. So it's best to roll these one at a time, because you could get your 5-star on the first pull. And if you do, then you might as well save your resources at that point. Come over to this one and roll on this one to try to get your 5-star. So that's what I'm working on here. This ends the 26th. This ends the 25th. So I still got a good amount of time until these banners are gone to try to get a 5-star off of both of them. So that's where you do your wishes. Over here, you have your squads. This is where you build out your teams. This is the main team that I am using right now. Your different units in this game have different classes, kind of like we saw in the last one. So you have vanguards, snipers, medics, casters, guards, defenders, supporters, and specialists. Without going too much into detail, this is a tower defense game where your units basically act as the towers. And you can look at the classes as them being different types of towers. Okay, so the easiest example here is snipers, right? So snipers are basically towers that attack from range and can attack flying units. So if you think about a tower defense game, you probably had a tower like that. That's what these are. Medics heal. Casters do high damage to heavily armored units. Your vanguards are cheap. You can put them down really quickly, really easily at the start of the match and use them to earn points to put down other units. Your guards are very strong one-on-one type of units that you can put down to take out a boss or something like that if you need to. Your defenders are your big walls, your tanks. They stop units. Your supporters generally do buffs or debuffs, and then your specialists do things like push units, pull units, and etc. So when you're building a squad, you want to have a good variety. The kind of standard way to go is 2 vanguards, 2 snipers, 2 medics, 2 casters, a guard defender, and then flex spots for the rest of your stuff. So for my squad, what I am running in my standard squad is 2 vanguards, 2 snipers, 2 casters, 2 medics, 2 defenders, 1 guard, and then 1 support character. Support characters also do things like slow or stun enemies. So what I'm going to do for this one is jump in and kind of show you a couple of different things that you can do. So you have different types of missions. You have the campaign here, which is what I'm working on here, the main theme. You also have some other story type missions that you can get into and play. Then you have your tactical drills. These are kind of your daily bosses that give resources that we've talked about previously in the previous games. You have your annihilation, which is a wave-based thing that gives you a bunch of rewards, but you have to kill a massive amount of enemies, and you can do this on a weekly basis. There's stuff that I'm still unlocking, so there's a lot that I have to still figure out and to look at. So if we jump over to a main theme, we can jump in. I'm on S23, so this is the operation I'm on. Recommended operator level is 25. Enemy intel tells you the types of enemies you're going to be fighting. This shows up after the first time you play and beat the game or beat the match. You can check out the map. So blue is what we're defending. Red is where enemies are coming from, and the white here is where they suggest that we put like blockage points to prevent enemies from getting to our base too easily. Down here we can see that for 3, if we get 3 stars, we're going to get this resource, and regardless, if we win, we're going to get our XP. We can do a practice run by spending our plans up here. Otherwise, we pay sanity in order to run the map. So it's good to do a practice run and get a feel for the map, if you can, before doing the actual map, unless you're super confident. And these plans do regenerate every day. So let's jump in and do a practice. We're going to take our main mission. You can use a support unit from one of your friends or just a random person to bring in like a high-level unit to help you out. But we're just going to use the squad that we got. Usually the description gives you a hint of what you're going to need to do. Also, there's a little intro here. So this is saying some roadblocks are scattered around. We can collect and use them to form our defense. We have 5 roadblocks that we can use. If used properly, they can help to hold off fierce enemy attacks. So we want to pause real quick and take a look at this. So on the bottom, we have our teams. Up here, we have deployment points. So right now we have 12, and we generate 1 every second or 2, I think. And on our units here, they have a deployment cost. So this unit costs 7 to put out onto the field. This one costs 26. Also underneath, we have a limit of 8 units. So even though we've brought 12 units to the fight, only 8 of them can be on the field at a time. So we're going to have to strategically decide who to place out and who to remove when. Up here in the middle, we can see that we've got 5 points of health for our base, and we got 72 different enemies that are going to be coming through. So we're going to have to block 72. So what we're going to want to do first is grab these and put out our blockades. Okay, so we're going to be waiting on the timer here. We're going to put out our other one. You could see that these do not take up our unit limit, but they do cost and have a cooldown. Okay, So usually the next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to put down one of our vanguards. Without getting too into this, there's a couple types of vanguards. You have the kind that kill things and earn deployment points for you, and you have the kind that earn their deployments or earn points for you by activating their skill. Usually we want to put the kill one down first. So we're going to see what we got here. They're going to come this way, so we're going to put our vanguard down and we're going to face them this way. So as the unit comes here, we're going to get points for this killing it. Okay. Since this is pretty slow, we're going to go ahead and put another block right here just to make sure they have to come all the way around. We're going to grab our sniper. And we're going to put our sniper right here to help kill things. Okay, we're going to... The Vanguard can only block about 2 units. So the next thing we want to do is put down a defender to stop more things. So the way this goes is your Vanguard's not actually a wall. Okay, it's a unit that will stop a certain number of units, and then if it's engaged with that many units, the other units will just roll on by. So what we want to do right now is try to hit 18 points to put out a defender, because our Vanguard will block 1 or 2 units depending, and then our defender will block 3, generally speaking. So that way we can stop 5 units at this choke point here. So we're going to build up to 18 points. That way we make sure that we don't get overwhelmed here. And we're going to put out Liskarm, who is a ranged defender, so she'll be able to help deal damage to these guys coming in. Now these units are heavily armored, so it'd be a good idea for us to get a caster out, because a caster will deal more damage to them than the physical damage of our archer will. So we're going to build up to 18 points again to try and put out our caster to help and clear the enemies here. So we're going to do this so we can hit some of the ones that come around the corner as well. Okay, you can see some of these enemies went straight through and stopped at our defender because there were just too many enemies. Okay, so we have a couple of things here. We can work up to a medic to put out to heal our characters, but they're doing pretty good on their health. We could also go ahead and put out our support unit who does arts damage, which is the damage that's good against heavily defended units, and also slows units. So I think we're probably going to do that. We'll put her down over here so she can slow down these units and kind of help with the general choke point here. And kind of slow down some of what's coming in here. Now, our archer character has her ability ready. We can use that on her. We can also use her ability. These abilities do different things. For a lot of these starter characters, they are kind of like your... they're kind of like just steroids, basically. They just boost your attack speed, and things like that. So at this point, I really want to put out a medic to kind of hold here to help make sure these guys don't die. So that's what we're going to do. We have a single target medic and sort of an AoE medic. So we're going to put out our AoE medic here so she can cover all these units, and she will start healing up our guys. Now what we want to look out for is if there's too many units getting through here and we need to throw out another defender, which we may need to. So I'm going to go ahead and take our other defender, Hoshiguma, and just put her here. That way, if anyone gets through Liskarm, they're going to get stopped by Hoshiguma. And that was a pretty good idea. We got 1 unit left, so we have to decide. We could pull back this unit, which she's about to die, so we probably will grab her and retreat her out. Okay, when she retreats, she goes on cooldown. Also, our mage died. Cool. So we have 3 units we can put out. So we're going to put out our AoE archer to help out. We're going to put out our AoE caster to help out. So we're going to put out the caster first because we have a lot of... people coming through. Okay, so we can put down another Vanguard here to stop some of these units. We are quickly getting overwhelmed here. We got units coming through. We're going to put out our guard unit here on the back. She's pretty cheap, and she should be able to 1v1 this guy pretty quickly. Okay, let's get another healer out if we can. She may die. She may die as well. We're doing okay. Let's use some of our abilities here. This Garm is definitely taking some heat here. We're at 71 to 72. Let's retreat her and let's put out the medic, our other medic, to kind of just help out with the healing here. Okay, so mission accomplished. We cleared it. Okay. So if we get the 3 stars here, we get the rewards for that. And we can move on to the next mission. Now, the other thing that we can do... Oh, that was practice. Okay, so we got to do it for real. My bad. With the sanity. So now we can go in and we can like use the tactics we just deployed to. We can basically repeat what we just did, and finish the mission. Get the 3 stars. Once you 3-star a mission, you can choose the auto deploy option, and the auto deploy option will play out the scenario the way that you did it previously to get a 3-star. And that will just let you farm the reward. So like this one, I only got 2 stars. This one, I got 3 stars. So let's go ahead and auto deploy, and you can watch how this pans out. Mission start. And so now I can hands off. And this is basically just going to do what I did on this mission to get 3 stars. It's going to use the same team that I used before. It's going to place them units into the same positions in the same order. It's going to activate abilities when I activated them. It's basically, it records whatever I did, and it's just going to completely play it back exactly the way I did it, because the way I did it got me 3 stars. So that makes it suitable and acceptable for farming this map. Anytime I want to, I can take over. I can also replay the mission to get a better, more efficient version of this if I want to. But this allows you to basically, you have to beat the mission the first time with 3 stars and no help from a friend's unit. But once you do that, you can just auto farm this. So if I wanted to now, I could turn over here and like do something else on my other monitor. I could pick up my phone and play a different, mobile game if I wanted to. And do whatever I want here. So mission complete. Got my 3 stars. So I'm going to get my rewards from that. And that's how you can farm. So this is a general gameplay of Arknights. There is, like I said, a couple different modes here. I also haven't unlocked everything. I'm not an expert on the idle aspect of the base. Also, there is a mode that was limited time that was roguelike style that they have announced that they're bringing back as a permanent mode. And it does not require sanity for you to play it, which is pretty awesome. So that's going to be coming. I'm actually really excited. I'm really excited about this roguelike mode that's coming, because that sounds like it's going to be a great way to extend the fun and the gameplay of the game moving into the future. So that is Arknights. And we're not diving as deep into these just because I don't have them on maintenance mode, right? I'm still discovering and learning a lot about these games. So the next game is the one I played on the previous stream. This is Blue Archive. This just came out this week. I absolutely love this game. It's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun to play. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get rid of these. I don't need them. And I've really been enjoying diving into this one. So this one, I'm still, like I said, a relatively new player because it's only been out for a week. I've been working every day since it came out. But I have been progressing through this game fairly well. And I'm getting a good grasp on it. And I'm right there, you know, kind of with everybody. Not the people that do this as their job, you know, those hardcore YouTubers or people that can spend a ton of money. But I have been diving into this, and I'm really, really excited to get further and further into this game. This one I would say is closer to an idle game outside of the combat. The combat is fairly idle auto, but I feel like unless your character, your team is just super over leveled, you do need to time your abilities and use them strategically. If you don't want to use just like the overpowered units, like if you want to use a team based around a character, which is what I'm doing, then you kind of have to develop some strategy. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to develop a team around a particular character, and it's caused some unique challenges that I think could be solved by future units and stuff like that. So I'm excited to see you know, what characters come out in the future for this game that I could potentially use for this strategy. So we're going to jump in, and I'm going to move my camera, I think, over here. We'll see if this is a good spot for it or not. I don't remember. No, it was over, like, over here. Yeah. We'll go with this. There's going to be a couple things behind my camera, but I will explain them as we go. So you have your students. These are your heroes, your characters that you're collecting in the game, the ones you're trying to, you know, catch them all. You have strikers, which are actually on battlefield characters that are going to fight. And then you have special, which are like backup support units that don't appear on the field, but they provide stats and bonuses to your striker units, and you can use their active abilities on the battlefield. When you get copies of characters in this game, Hamo, what's up? Hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. You're here like shortly after Desert Traveler had to leave, so that's cool. I am going through, and at the very beginning of this stream, I talked about gacha games, idle games, what they are, why I like them, and now I'm showcasing a lot of the games that I'm currently playing. I've gone through 6 of the 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 7 that I'm covering. This is number 6. And I think you were here for this game previously, so hey, you get an update a couple days later. So when you get copies of a character in this game, you progress towards unlocking their Mystic, which is basically another stats boost, or if they are a lower star level, they will unlock some new skills as well. Once you hit 3 stars, you've got every skill unlocked, and all you're doing is boosting stats. Below 3 stars, you will unlock skills. So she's a 2-star character, which you can see here. So she'll unlock her sub skill. If you are looking at a 1-star character, they will unlock their enhanced skill and then their sub skill. So that's what you're doing with copies in this game. Your wish, pull, summon, or whatever is called recruit in this one. And you have your regular normal banner, which just pulls from everyone. You have a special limited time 3-star guaranteed that is purchasable only, which I did purchase. Okay, I like this game a lot. I knew after playing this for a couple hours, I was like, I'm in on this game. I'm just in. I fucking like it. And then you have the pickup recruitment, which is the recruitment banner that gives you a higher chance to pick up, what's her name? Shiroko, I think, and Hoshino. Yeah, Shiroko and Hoshino, which I have gotten Shiroko. I have not gotten Hoshino, which is a shame because she looks like a little badass with that shield and that fucking shotgun just advancing. Shit looks awesome. Finish night shift, just winding down. Awesome. Well, wind down with me, man. Check out some of these games. So those are your banners. You've got your in-game earnable / premium currency here. You've got your in-game only burnable, gold currency, up here, which is your credits. And then the game does use a stamina system, which, as you can see, I am still in the beginner stages of this game, still unlocking features, still progressing through the story. I have a shit ton of stamina compared to what I should have when I go into the maintenance phase of this game. Okay. Along with your students and your recruitment, like we've seen in many of the other games, we have our tasks, which include daily quest, weekly quest, achievements, and talent challenge tasks. Okay, so we've got all those things that we can do in here. We also have a special guide mission, which is kind of like your beginner series of quests that you can do here, which will get you a character. We have our formation, which is where we're going to set up our team, and we'll come back and talk about this a little bit more in depth in a minute, because this is where I think the game gets kind of interesting. We have a shop with different types of markets here for different types of content that you do. You earn different currencies, and you can spend them in here. We've seen that in multiple games today, so that is available in here as well. We have the cafe. So the cafe is where the sort of idle component of this game comes in. At the cafe, you will have students that visit. Okay, and when the students are visiting here, you can click on them and you can basically increase your relationship level with the characters. As the relationship level goes up, you will get a bonus. So in her case, at relationship level 3, we get attack +4. Okay. You have one invitation you can use to invite somebody to the cafe to basically just increase their relationship level if they're not the one that randomly gets selected for the cafe. So I use Hare a lot. She's one of my favorite characters, so I like to drag her in here. And then over here, your cafe will earn credits and stamina over time. So this is where the idle comes in. When you're not playing, you're going to have credits and stamina building up for you when you do decide to log in. You have lessons, so every day you get 3 tickets, and you can come in to these different locations, and you can spend your tickets to do an activity, and based on who's there, you will increase your relationship level with who is in there. The pink border means you have that character, and they can increase the relationship. You can only increase the relationship level of characters that you actually have. So right now I could spend a ticket, but if I spent it here, nothing would really happen. I would earn some progression towards unlocking the next rank, but that's about it, which I may do because I'd like to unlock another section here, which I did. So now I have access to the playing field. Okay, so the playing field just unlocked, and there's just random characters in here. So now I can use a ticket here and get relationship level for 2 different characters. All right. So level that up. And then now I've already used 2 tickets here. You can't use multiple tickets at the same location. So I don't want to do this one because I'm not going to get any relationship points. So I'll jump out and see if I can go somewhere else. It looks like I had a pretty good one right here, the theater room. So I use all 3 of these characters. So that's a great one to level up. Okay, so that's lessons. We got those 3 tickets out of the way. So there's the club and crafting and stuff, which I haven't unlocked yet. There's Momo Talk, which is a chat app where you can interact with the students and basically unlock stories with them and increase your relationship level. And then we can get into the campaign, and that's where we do the actual combat. But before we do that, we're going to take a look at the formation because I want to talk about the team building in this. So the team building in this is pretty interesting. So you have different types of damage. You have explosive, mystic, piercing, excuse me, and there's also siege, which I haven't seen anyone that uses siege yet. So piercing damage is good against heavy armor. Mystic damage is good against mystic armor, and explosive damage is good against light armor. So you have different counters, right? And the nice thing is you just match up the element. If the enemy has a yellow health bar, then yellow does good against yellow. I really like that, okay? So on your team, you're going to have 4 strikers and you're going to have 2 support characters. Each of your strikers is going to have different status effects, different stats that affect them. So if we jump into students and we take a look at one of these characters, so let's take a look at our strikers and let's go check out, we're going to check out Sumire because that's who I'm kind of building my team around. So you got your basic stats, you got your attack type, so she does piercing damage and she has special defense armor. So it would take special damage to do extra against her, and she does piercing damage, so she's good against heavy units. Over here, she has a preference for different types of battlefields. So in urban environments, she's neutral. Nothing changes. If she's in a outdoor environment, like the woods, I forget what they call it, then she actually takes a penalty. She does less damage. If she's in a indoor environment, like in a building, then she gets a damage increase, okay? And then over here you have, she's a dealer, so she does damage dealer, and she's front, which means when your characters are progressing through the level, she will gravitate towards the front of your formation. Okay, if we look at a different character, like Kotori here, she's a supporter, so she does support things, so she probably has, like status effects or things like that, and she's in the back, so she'll hang towards the back of the formation. You also have mid-level as well. So looking at the back, the attack type, or the position, the type of unit, the attack type, defense type, and the preference gets you into building your teams in different ways and different combinations. So what I'm doing is building a team around Sumire, where I want to have her be up in the front doing damage with her shotgun. Now, this is interesting because if I pair her with a bunch of other people that progress towards the front of the unit, she will actually kind of hang a little bit back behind it like a tank. So if I pair her with a tank, she doesn't get close enough to really use her shotgun. So I want her to be the main character at the front, but she's not a tank. So I have to come up with other ways to support her. So I've built my formation around that. And before we talk about like the formation and how it works, let's just jump in and take a look at a battle and kind of get a feel for how this all plays out. So we're going to jump into missions. Missions are non-story but progression style things. So we'll jump into building 1, room 1. Recommended level is 17. That's higher than my characters are, I believe. Let's go back out and level up my characters. You can level up your characters to the level of your account. So I can level everyone up to level 17. So we are going to go ahead and switch this over to level. So currently I am running Sumire. So we're going to level her up to max, which is 16. I'm also running, who else do I have? I have Asuna. I'm also running, who else do I have? I think I have, do I have Hifumi? I've been tweaking this formation a bunch over the past day or two. So we can go here. Yeah, I have Hifumi. So we'll go and level her up. Just make sure our stats are maxed out for this mission. Then we have Shiroko. Level her up. Okay, so that's my striker team. And then for support, I'm using Ayane. So we'll level her up to 16. And then I'm also using Hare. Hare's MVP. I like her a lot. She's probably going to be the first person I do the unlock mystic for. Okay, so we're all level 16. We're going to be a little under leveled for the level, so it might be a bit of a struggle, but it will just kind of like highlight like what this formation's all about, I think. Actually, let's go back and do the black market and see if I can get 3 stars. This also gives us a couple of battles that we can fight, so I can kind of showcase what's going on here. All right, so we're going to go in. We're going to use our Unit 1 here, which is our Sumire team. We're going to hit Mobilize. We're going to come in, begin the mission. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to take on the big unit here. And I'll probably try to pause this in a couple places just to kind of show what's going on. But we got our 2 support characters and we got our striker team here. So if we pause, you can see right now Hifumi is getting a penalty because she doesn't like this terrain, which is urban. These 2 are neutral, so they're not getting a penalty or a bonus, and Shiriko is getting a bonus. Our support character is getting a penalty, and the other one is getting a bonus. All right, so we're going to continue. As we go, pay attention to who goes where, okay? So we have people in different positions. All right. So our goal here is to utilize her heavy damage. All right, so we've got our support character here, does an AoE and a stun. Okay, then we've got our shotgun, Sumire here. She's gonna do her shotgun ability. Boom, boom, boom. Very nice. Okay. And we basically cleared that out pretty quickly. But you can see for the most part, we've got her as kind of like the front leading character. Even though the other characters do kind of move up to the front a little bit, she's the one who's mainly out there in the center. And she doesn't take cover. So we've got her in a position where she is able to be that lead character and really dump her shotgun into characters that are in front of her. But we had to build the formation around that to support it. So as we get into some other battles here, we should be able to showcase that. All right, we're going to go ahead and jump in. I think the reason I didn't 3-star this one is because I didn't fight this enemy last time. I just skipped by him. Okay, so let's move on up. All right, so taking a look at our abilities down here. So we have Asuna, who just does a steroid. We've got Shiriko, who is a single target, kind of like nuker. And then we have Hifumi, who puts down a sort of like taunt. Okay, so we can drop down like our taunt character right here. It's going to do damage and taunt all these enemies. Okay. Got our AoE support, and I'm going to explain kind of what's going on and why everybody's in here as we move forward. Right now, I'm just going to kind of plow through this because I want to. I want to try to get the three stars and everything. All right, so we just got to get S rank on the boss, and we'll have S rank on this, which will be nice. Okay, we'll move here, reveal the tile. Boss is going to move on to us, so we got to get S rank on the boss. All right, so these are all light armor, so they're weak to explosive, which is what our support character has here. You can see we have a problem right here where Sumire is kind of back. She's not running up to the front. So now she's sort of taking the lead, and we can take advantage of her shotgun. All right, let's drop our taunt character down there. We're going to keep everybody in position and throw down a heal. We're going to boost Asuna. We use our single target to take out a character over here. Kind of help clear some of this up. All right, let's move forward. Sumire is in the lead, so let's go ahead and use her shotgun while she's up there. We're going to throw out our AoE explosive. All right, boss is coming in. Let's go ahead and boost her. We will put down our taunt, kind of help keep our characters up. We're going to use her. We need to get a heal over on her, if we can. Let's go ahead and hit that, but we want to really up this damage as much as we possibly can. We are going to go ahead and drop the heal. Cool, so we got the S rank, finally. Man, my stamina is running down. I'm gonna have to eat something. I got some mixed nuts. I'm probably gonna eat these, just so I can finish off the stream. Take a nut break. That sounds terrible. Okay. So just to point out something here. So we have the missions like we're doing here. They're just battles that we use to progress through, and we unlock stuff through this. When we complete a mission with a 3-star, then we have the option to sweep it. So we can start a sweep, and if we start a sweep, we spend the stamina that we would use to play it, but instead of having to play it, we just earn the rewards from it. Okay? So, not great, but, you know, we got them. In addition to our missions, we have story where we can progress through, and sometimes we have to fight, sometimes we don't, but this is how we progress to campaign story mode. Then we have commissions. So commissions are where we basically fight a boss for resources, like we've done in other games here. So we got base defense, which gives us XP for our characters. We have item retrieval, which gives us our in-game credits. We also have bounties. So bounties, you can spend tickets in order to basically hunt down an enemy and get more resources. So this is another type of boss for resources thing. So we have the overpass where we can get materials for leveling up our skills. The desert railroad and the class also gives us stuff for our skills, and our classroom gives us general growth materials. So every day we can run these 2 times right now in order to try to get those materials and increase the strength of our characters. We also have total assault and tactical challenge, which I have not unlocked yet, so I don't know what they are, but what I do know is that they're probably a big deal because the shop has specific tabs for total assault and for tactical challenge, and the rewards in here look pretty good. So I imagine that those are going to be big modes that you're going to want to get engaged with. I'm pretty close to unlocking them, so I'll probably have an update on them fairly soon. Okay, so let's jump in and talk about the formation and how like building this all together kind of works. So I already talked about how there's a problem where if Sumire is not in the lead of the formation, then she's not close enough to use her shotgun ability, because her shotgun ability shoots in a fan and it requires her to be near the enemy. So if she's way back and there's tanks up front and the enemies are engaged with the tanks, her ability just doesn't do anything. It's kind of useless. It's wasted. So what I really wanted to do when I developed this formation is I wanted to have her out in the front. And the only way that I could see to do that is to basically make her the tank in a sense. So if we go into our students and we check out the things we can sort by range. Okay. So when I did this and I sorted by range, I realized all the tanks have a range of 350. Sumire has a range of 450, and then it just goes up from there. So if I wanted her to be in the front, I needed to make sure that I didn't have a tank, because then she would be the person that requires the closest range. And so I have her, and then I have a 650 with Asuna. I have a 650 with Shiroko, and then I have a 650 with Hifumi. So she's definitely the closest, but they're all fairly close behind. This means that those characters will be in a kind of a group, but most of the time, Sumire should be out in the front, which puts her closer to the enemies, makes the enemies engage with her, and makes it so that her shotgun ability can actually be used. Okay, so she's not a tank, right? She's not built to tank. So if we take a look at her skills and abilities here, she's got her shotgun blast. Then she has a thing that increases her attack for 20 seconds every 40 seconds. She does have increased HP, and she has increased defense when she's not under crowd control. So she is a little bit tanky, right? She's up front, she can take some damage. But I knew that, okay, if she's out there and I wasn't going to have a tank, she was going to take a lot of damage. My other characters might take damage, so I need ways to mitigate that without fucking up her being in front by adding a tank. So the first thing I did here was I grabbed Hifumi, right? Because Hifumi's skill that you can use puts out that taunt thing. It puts out a huge AoE that drops down that Pororo plush, which does damage and inflicts a taunt for 3.4 seconds. So if things are getting hairy or there's a big group of enemies, I can drop her skill down and take a lot of the heat off of Sumire while also letting Sumire stay up towards the front. Okay. In addition to this, she deals attack damage to enemies. She's got increased HP, and she increases the cost recovery of using skills. So when she uses her skills, she gets a lot of points back. Okay. Now, her skill costs 5, and Sumire's skill costs 3. Okay, so I was like, okay, I've got an AoE taunt. I've got, the shotgun heavy hitter. I need something that can hit a single target really hard, but also that doesn't cost a ton of points, because I want to put 3 points into the shotgun as much as I can. I may have to toss 5 points into the tank sometimes, so I want to keep the rest of the stuff that I'm doing relatively low as best as I can. So I went to Shiroko, because Shiroko has a skill that only costs 2, and it does a bunch of damage to one enemy. So there's a low cost skill that does 1 damage, or does a bunch of damage to a single enemy. In addition to that, she does a little bit of AoE, she's got enhanced crit, and she has a chance to increase her attack speed. So the next thing is I was like, okay, I need a 4th member for my squad. I need someone who can just pump out damage, right? Because at this point, I've got a lot of utility stuff going on. I've got 1 single target character, but for the most part, I'm kind of going into this AoE thing and doing this. And I need someone who has a cheap ability, because again, I don't want to have to spend, 3, 4, 5 points on an ability. And what I essentially want to do is just cycle through this person's ability and just move on and get back to my shotgun and my tank and stuff. So I found Asuna, who is only a 1-star, but her skill increases her evasion and her attack speed for 30 seconds, and it only costs 2. So if she pops up, I can basically just spend the 2 points and then allow her to get this big boost to her survivability and also her damage output for 2 points. Then she deals damage to an enemy every 20 seconds. If I improve her crit damage goes up. And if I improve her even further, whenever she activates her EX skill, she increases her attack speed even further. So she just turns into a freaking submachine gun at that point. It also helps that her attack type is Mystic, which fills in a gap because there aren't a lot of Mystic attack types in the game. So that gave me a Mystic. Sumire is a piercing damage type. And then Hifumi is also piercing damage. And then Shiroko is explosive damage. So I've got all the damage types covered in this squad. So then I was thinking about my special characters. I've said repeatedly that I love Hare, and I do. So I knew I wanted to use her. She has an AoE that hits really hard and also stuns enemies. So if they survive the hit, they're stunned, which helps improve the survivability for Sumire on the front line. In addition to that, she decreases recovery boost for an enemy, right? She also increases the crit of our characters, which is great. And then if I level her up again, ally evasion will go up by 9.1%, which increases survivability, which is awesome. So then I was thinking about, okay, I need a healer, what I want to take. And in general, Sumire is going to be taking a good portion of the damage, but the damage does tend to get spread around. So I thought I probably want an AoE healer. So I decided to bring Ayane, who's a 2-star. Ayane has a AoE ability that heals all allies in a circle. And the nice thing is, based on the range of my characters, they generally at least 2, most of the time 3, and a good portion of the time all 4 of them are kind of clumped up where this heal actually hits all of them. So it's pretty nice. It's a very good skill to be using in this case. If I have a tank, then I prefer to take like a single target healer who can just dump a bunch of health into the tank. But in this case, I felt like it was better to spread the healing around to everybody. In addition, she increases crit resistance for our allies in a circle, which helps with survivability. She increases healing, which helps with their healing. And then she increases ally HP once she unlocks her sub-skill, which also increases survivability. So you can see, like, just nerding out, diving into that formation and that strategy. Like, there's a lot that you can do with the team building in this game for something that looks pretty simple on the surface. And so I'm looking at this and I'm like, you know, overall I kind of like what's going on here, but I'm excited to see what characters come out in the future that maybe would work a little bit better with this team potentially as time goes on. So I'm really excited. I wanted to build this team because one, Sumire was not rated super highly on the tier list. She wasn't bad, but she wasn't just like, you know, like a top tier unit. But she was the first 3-star I got. I think she's really cool. I like the look of her. I like the fact that she uses the shotgun. I like her EX skill. And I was like, you know what? I want to try to make this work. I do wish that there was some customization in like the stats or the items that you could equip so that I could choose to make her more tanky and stuff like that. That doesn't seem to exist in this game right now, and I don't know if it ever will. It would be nice, but you know, I'm just really enjoying the game, the formation creation, and I'm also really enjoying just all the strategy involved and stuff. I really, really am liking this game quite a lot. So that is Blue Archive, and I could probably just keep on playing this one and playing this one on stream, but I'm getting close to tapping out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely getting close to needing to tap out and acquire some food and stuff. So what I want to do instead is move on to the final game here that I wanted to showcase in this video, which is Alchemy Stars. And I saved Alchemy Stars for last because this is the one that I'm really working on beginner progression for, aside from Blue Archive and Blue Archive. Man, my brain is just going. Whatever it's called, Blue Archive. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, aside from that one, which I feel like you know, the gameplay itself is not overly difficult to showcase and explain. This nutsack has been lasting me quite a while. Okay. So this is Alchemy Stars, another Yo-Star game with fantastic artwork. So lots of stuff I haven't unlocked. You can see I've got 800 out of 80 for the stamina in this game. This is your premium currency that you can pay for or earn. This is your totally in-game currency, your gold, credits, whatever. So there's a lot of stuff here that I haven't unlocked. There's an idle component to this that, much like Arknights, I am not like super knowledgeable about. It's called the Colossus. So I don't want to get too much into this because I just don't know that much about it. I just kind of do what I know to do, which is click on this and do whatever I can do. So this idle aspect does exist. You set up your Colossus and then you can basically collect stuff from it over time. In this game, your Aurorians are your characters that you're looking for. And you have your baseline level units, which are your 3 stars. Your 3 stars you can use, but generally you're going to pass up on for your 4 stars. Your 4 stars you get fairly often. Then you have your 5 stars, which are a little bit more rare. And then you have your 6 stars, which are super rare. So generally your teams are going to be composed of 4 and 5 star characters with the occasional 6 star thrown in there. As you can see, there are different elements or symbols on the characters here. You have thunder, forest, fire, and water. There's the Pokemon style, you know, advantages and stuff in this as well. This one is not as crazy as Arknights when it comes to the 6 stars and 5 stars and all that kind of stuff. You will, you know, just get resources to invest in them. So you could do a full team of 6 stars if that's what you wanted to do. But generally speaking, there are really good 5 stars and some really good 4 stars that you're able to use as well. Recruit is where you do your wish, your pulls, your summons, whatever you want to call them. So you do have a standard banner. This is the mainstay recruitment, your boring, just normal banner. You have special banners as well. So here we have a rotating recruitment one. And we also have 2 special ones that are ongoing for an event that's going on in the game right now. So you have the Spirit Weaver banner and you have the Spectre Summoner banner. I have been trying to pull this character, so I've been wishing on this one. Now you have this currency here, Lumamber, which you can turn into Star Flare. You have Special Star Flare, which is only used on these special banners. And then you also have your regular Star Flare, which is used on your rotating recruitment banner and also your mainstay banner. So I have 2 of these and I have enough Lumamber for a special one. So we're going to do a couple summons here, just kick things off. So we're going to do try to summon the Spectral Summoner here. I don't know if we're going to get it. We pull this and we got a blue. So we got a 3 star. Duplicate. Duplicates are used on your characters. I'll show you how later. And then I have 2 of the Star Flares, so we're going to use them on this rotating recruitment banner. I recently got Nemesis, so I don't know if I'm going to get anyone. I'll probably just get some 3 or 4 stars. Alright, so we got a 3 star. Ophina. So I already had her. She's a duplicate. Do another one here. Okay, got a 4 star. Maybe someone I don't have. I'm missing a lot of 4 stars. Whisper of the Forest. Okay, Silva, who I do have already. Okay. So that's your summoning, your gacha, your recruitment, all that kind of good stuff. So we have our warehouse, which is like our bag, right? all our resources and stuff in there. We have our formation, which is where we build our teams. So the team that I'm using is this Thunder team. So all Thunder units. And we'll talk about this a little bit more when we get into the combat. We go into the Aurorians, starting with your 4 stars, I believe. If we look at our 3 stars, we have Breakthrough, which they do have some small breakthroughs that you can do. Breakthroughs basically give you some bonuses for the unit. And when you get copies of the 3 stars, I believe they turn into this currency that you need to use in order to use the breakthroughs. Your 4 stars and up, when you get into them, so if we get into Tessa and we go to breakthroughs, your 4 stars and up require copies of the character in order to progress your breakthroughs. So that's where getting copies of the same character come in handy, because you do want to use them to progress your breakthroughs and get bonuses. In addition to your breakthroughs, you can also ascend characters. Ascend characters, it costs resources, resets their level back down to level 1, but the stats of a level 1 ascended character will be vastly improved over a level 30 non-ascended character. And you can ascend characters, I believe, 3 times. So that's kind of the goal, is to earn all the abilities or all the resources you need to ascend your characters. You can also upgrade, which is just leveling your characters up as well. So when we get in here and we talk about units, kind of like Arknights, you have different archetypes for the different units. There's a lot less of them here, though. So you have 4 classes. You have converters, snipers, detonators, and supports. And we're going to talk about this after we showcase the gameplay. So let's go in and we're going to do a mission here. So we'll jump into Site 3-2. Actually, we're going to go back to something that I've already done, so we don't have to sit through story. So let's go back to episode 2. Let's find something. Yeah, whatever. We'll do this one. Do we want to do this one? Yeah, we have just 1 tiles. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna challenge. We're gonna take in our Thunder team. We're gonna showcase this battle system. As you can see, you got kind of a 3D chibi thing going on here. It's not as chibi as Arknights, in my opinion, and it fits the style of the battles, I think, fairly well. And the characters look pretty cool. Okay, so in this game, you basically have your squad set up, 5 characters. One of them is going to be your leader, okay? And the rest of them are going to be part of the squad. Now in this game, you can see there's 4 different colors represented by the different elements that your characters can be. So we got blue for water, red for fire, green for forest, and yellow for thunder. What you're trying to do is move across tiles of the same color in order to accomplish things. So when you move across a tile that does not match the color of one of your units, the only unit that will attack enemies on the board is your leader. Okay? So right now, all my team is Thunder. So if I were to walk on this blue, the only unit that would attack would be my leader. However, if you walk on tiles that match the color of a unit in your squad, that unit will also attack. So if I had a blue unit in my squad and I walked on blue, the blue unit and the leader would attack. Now with everybody being Thunder, that means that walking on alternate colors isn't very helpful. But when I walk on yellow, everybody attacks, everybody slams. Okay? So in addition to just trying to walk on the right colors to trigger attacks from your characters, You also want to consider two other things. Each character has an active ability that they can use. Some of them are ready right away. Some of them have to charge up. You can see here, this means 2 rounds have to pass before I can use her ability. Also, characters have link skills. And so what this means is when you link tiles together, so let's say I was going to link these blues together like this, I hit 7 combo points, okay? So based on the number of chains, number of links that I make, characters will activate different levels of their skills. So each character has an auto attack that they can do if you walk on the right color tile. They have an active ability you can use, which is based on a timer most of the time, a number of rounds. And then they have a link ability that you can use when you reach a certain number of links and progression. So what I'm going to do here is utilize some abilities. Not going to explain too much of what's going on in terms of the abilities that I'm using. Just going to stick to the basics, and we'll look more at what's going on with these when we hop back out and look at units, okay? So we're going to activate a couple of things here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of yellow we can use, which we are going to use. We're going to chain this together and try to make the best chain we can. You could see right now we're at 12 points, and it's flashing through. If you see the character's face changing, it's showing us that their link ability will activate and where it will hit. So I think we actually want to try to go here, because this is going to hit that units with every ability. So let's do it. We're going to run through, and then our characters are going to trigger their abilities in order from top to bottom. Okay, then the enemies are going to activate. Then it's going to be our turn again. So at this point, if we wanted to, we're probably just going to do this. We're going to use the green tiles, which means only our leader is going to attack because none of our characters in our squad are green. So you're going to see he's going to auto attack. He's going to move here, smack him, move here, smack him. And then because he has a link ability that triggers at 2, he's also going to use his link ability. It's not going to hit very hard because it's only a 2 link. The more links you get, generally the more damage you get. So he's going to hit, activate his ability, and that enemy's dead. Up here, you can see the number of waves that we have to go through. So we have to go through 2 waves here in order to complete this. And man, we have a golden opportunity here with all this thunder. This is amazing. So let's go ahead and we're going to take advantage of all of this. If you manage to link 15 tiles together, you hit Aurora time, and Aurora time gives you an extra turn. Yeah, we're gonna go here. Also, our entire team is gonna smack this guy, and he's just gonna die. So you're gonna see everybody's gonna walk by and punch that guy. Then our abilities are gonna trigger. We're going to hit Aurora time, which gives us another turn. And at this point, there's not really a whole lot we can do. We don't have any good connections. If we go blue, we get 2 steps. If we go red, we get 2. If we go green, we could get like 3. And if we go yellow, we get basically nothing. So we could try for green. Yeah, we don't really hit anything with green. So I think what we're going to do instead is we're just going to move one over. The tiles change colors after every round, usually. Okay, so we've got her ability. I'm gonna trigger that. I think we're just going to hit on this green. Shouldn't be enough to kill this unit. It's behind my camera, but we are limited. We have a certain number of rounds that we can use. And we also got some of our abilities. So this is cool. So we'll go ahead and do this. Didn't even need to do all that because he just murdered that guy. All right, so that was the 2 waves. We're done with the mission. And that's a pretty good showcase of the general gameplay for Alchemy Stars. I like it a lot. I think it's cool. There's a lot of strategy in your team building, a lot of strategy in utilizing the tiles on the board. There are units that take up multiple squares, so you can hit them multiple times. There are units that, you know, attack across the whole board, all kinds of cool stuff. So what I wanted to show you with this one is I wanted to show you the different types of characters that go into building your team. So there's the 4 classes: Converter, Sniper, Detonator, and Support. Converters change tile colors. So if you noticed, or if you roll back to the beginning of that battle, my team has Granru, and Beverly. And both of them are converters. If we click on Granru, you'll see it says Converter right here. And down here behind my camera, you can see their abilities. So we have the active skill, the one that you click on that has the cooldown, converts the 4 nearest blue and red tiles to yellow. Okay, so that's what part of what makes her a converter. She has her chain combo or link skill. So when she links 5 times, she does 130% damage to 1 column. At 9, it's 130 to 3, and at 13, it's 140 to 3. And you can click on this to kind of see the range on that ability as well. Okay. When you ascend the character, you also unlock their equipment, which gives them bonuses as well. So we have Granru, and we have Beverly. So Beverly's active as she converts the 4 nearest red tiles to yellow. So those 2 are both converters. They change tiles to the color, usually of their own color. So you've got your converters, and you generally want to have 2 of those on a team. Snipers are characters that attack from range. So Schwartz is my sniper, and he's a little interesting because he's kind of a sniper. So when he auto attacks, it's melee with his swords. But when he uses his active ability, it's ranged. It deals 300% plus 10% of target's current HP and damage to all enemies. And his chain combo is also ranged. And that's what makes him a sniper. So you want to have a sniper on your team because you want to be able to hit ranged enemies if you can't get next to them. Then you have detonators. Detonators, I have Tessa as my detonator. Detonators do AoE attacks, okay? So her active selects one of 4 directions around the unit and it pulls them in. You can see that I use that. And then also her chain combo, which activates at 2 or 8, does mega splash damage around her. So you have your 2 converters to change tiles. You have a sniper to hit ranged enemies. You have a detonator to hit big clusters of enemies. And then usually your final slot for your team is going to be a support, which will either do status effects, either good for your team or bad for the enemy, or generally you want to bring a healer as your support. My healer is Nadine. Nadine has an active ability that puts down a lantern, which changes the color of the tile under the lantern to yellow. So she's kind of like got a little mini converter skill in there. And it recovers the team's HP when they pass through it. And then her chain combo just recovers HP for the whole team. So there's a lot of team building and stuff in here. I know I haven't spent as much time on this one as I have on the others, which is a shame because in my opinion, this is one of the best ones in terms of gameplay that's on here. But I am running out of steam, and I feel like the last battle was a fairly good showcase for what's going on. And I'm still in that like beginner phase of playing the game where I've got plenty to unlock, plenty to learn. So yeah. So let's jump back and recap. We talked about gacha games. We talked about idols. We talked about why I like them. We checked out Cookie Run Kingdom, which I do have a 40-minute video going over a lot of the aspects of Cookie Run Kingdom here on the channel if you want to check it out. We also took a look at Mythic Heroes, just in general, not too much of the actual gameplay because I used it as the demo for explaining gacha games. We took a look at Mobile Legends Adventure, which was very similar to Mythic Heroes, but had a couple of cool things, like the labyrinth in there that is similar to Runestone Keeper, which I really like. Then we jumped in and took a brief look at Revived Witch, which is so new. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it yet. Then we took a look at Arknights, which is a gacha mobile tower defense game. Very intricate and interesting. If you like tower defense, super awesome. If you like a twist on tower defense where you use units instead of actual towers, also pretty awesome. We took a look at Blue Archive, which I am just having a ton of fun with. And then we took a final look here at Alchemy Stars, which is highly, highly recommended by me. Now, Cookie Run Kingdom, I have a guild. I'd love for you to join it. I'm on the Hollyberry server. So if you want to play, make sure you join that server. Let me know what your name is on Discord. I could send you a guild invite. Would love to have you. The other games here don't really have guild systems and stuff that matter, but if you play, you can add me as a friend. A lot of times you can borrow units and stuff like that from your friends, which is pretty awesome. And I'd love to talk to you about the games in general. It's hard for me to like break down, like, you know, I was thinking like if I had to recommend one for you to check out, what would it be? And I don't know, because there's a good amount of variety in these games, in terms of aesthetics, in terms of theme, in terms of actual mechanics. I'd say if you want deep gameplay, then I mean, look at Arknights and Alchemy Stars. If you want something that you can kind of play and then get to the point where you can just log in and, you know, in 30 minutes, like kind of log out and be done, Mythic Heroes, Mobile Legends Adventures. If you want something that's thematic as hell and super fun, Cookie Run Kingdom. If you like guns and shooty stuff, Blue Archive is awesome. If you like the pixel art, Revive Witch is great. I know for my parts, a lot of these games I play, but I could potentially drop if a better game came along. I think right now, for me, the top 3 games that I don't think I'm dropping anytime soon are Cookie Run Kingdom, Blue Archive, and Alchemy Stars. So if you want to get invested into a game that you know I'm going to be playing for a long time and probably making content in the future, I would suggest one or all 3 of those based on what you saw. Right now, those are the ones I'm just the most excited about. Mythic Heroes and Mobile Legends Adventure, I definitely enjoy playing those, but I could see, you know, if other really good games came out, I could see me kind of just being like, you know what, let it go. Arknights, I enjoy the depth of it. The tower defense gameplay I like, but I don't like as much as some of the gameplay in the other games. Revive Witch, I haven't played enough to know one way or the other. Cookie Run Kingdom has me hooked. I'm in maintenance mode, but every time a new event comes out, I get really excited. I love the guild battles. I like the PvP and the strategy there. Blue Archive, I'm loving the gameplay. I'm loving the squad compositions. I'm loving the guns, to be quite honest. So I'm super excited about that. And Alchemy Stars, I really love the gameplay, and the artwork is fucking phenomenal. Like the UI, the artwork of the characters, the artwork in game, everything about that game is just fucking chef's kiss, top notch in my opinion. And it's out of all the ones, aside from Blue Archive, that I'm like still trying to dive into, it's the one that I'm the most invested in diving into. So yeah, that's going to kind of wrap things up here. I appreciate the people who popped in and chatted with me. You guys are awesome. Desert Traveler and Hamo, thanks for popping in. I know this was a long ass stream. We are going on like 4 hours or something, I think. I just really wanted to get this out there and do this for you guys. And let me know which games you're the most interested in. I'll try to put out some more content before I have to leave. I really don't know when I'm going to be able to make content and stream again once I do move, just based on the situation and circumstances that I'm going to be in. But I want to leave you guys with some stuff that you can check out, and I'll be around on Discord and everything. So I wanted to get on here and just let you guys know, like, hey, there's all this stuff I'm playing. And if you want to talk to me on Discord or wherever about it, even though I can't, you know, stream or make content or something, like I would love for that to happen. I'd love for you guys to nerd out about this stuff with me too. You know, I got a buddy or two that plays these with me, and it's always fun to see in screenshots and be like, oh, I got this character. Oh, check out my PvP rank. Or, you know, what do you think about this? Like, who should I build? Should I do this, do that? It's like, I would love to do that with you guys. I would love for you to get in here and, you know, do your first like 10 pull of a gacha or, you know, and stuff like that. And then be like, yo, Set, like, who should I build? Like, what should I do? Like, what team should I put together? I'd love to talk all that stuff with you guys. So I hope some of you get into some of these games. I hope I've convinced you. At this point, I'm like, damn, is this channel going to turn into a mobile games channel? I don't know. There's a lot of good ones out there, and there's a lot of good ones on the horizon as well that I'm pretty excited about. But we'll have to see, man. But shit, I gotta go. Okay. I think I'm gonna stay up and get myself some Taco Bell, and then go from there. But I gotta get on, and I gotta get back in. I gotta keep progressing in Blue Archive and Alchemy Stars, man. I gotta do my dailies and stuff. So that's what I'm off to. Hit me up on Discord if you catch this stream, and I'm around. Shit, I'm done. I'm out. Dude, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for continuing to pop in and check out the channel. Yeah, just thanks. I appreciate it.